Recording in progress.
Good evening and welcome to the November 6, 2025 regular meeting of the Brookline School Committee. The first item on our agenda is a proposed executive session. I move to meet an executive session pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A, for the following purposes. Purpose 2, to conduct a strategy session in preparation for negotiations with non-union personnel, interim superintendent, if an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining position of the committee and the chair so declares. And purpose 7, to review and approve minutes of the October 8th, October 9th, and October 22nd, 2025 executive session meetings. Is there a second?
I'll second. Oh, yeah, that's good.
Bob, who? Bob seconds. Bob, how do you vote? Andy?
Yes.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Mariah?
Yes.
And I also vote yes. We will be returning to open session. Are we back? Okay. Welcome back to the November 6th, 2025 meeting of the Brookline School Committee. We are going to quickly do the consent agenda. Item 2, is there a motion to accept the consent agenda? Suzanne moves. Is there a second? Bob seconds. Bob, how do you vote? Yes. Jesse?
This is all 5 items together?
Yes.
Yes.
Andy?
Yes.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Donna?
Yes.
Mariah?
Yes.
Carolyn?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. We're going to move public comment just ahead of the superintendent's report. I see we have some young people here, and the superintendent has graciously said she would move hers down. So first up, we have Alicia. Is Alicia on Zoom? Okay. While Betsy's pulling that up, just so people are aware, there's a 3-minute limit, and the timer will go off, and if you could try to limit it to 3 minutes, and if you're quicker than 3 minutes, that's fine too. Whenever you're ready, Alicia, you can begin.
Good evening. I am Alicia Hsu, a longtime Brookline resident, a proud retired Lawrence School teacher of 30 years, and the parent of 3 adult children who graduated from the Brookline Public Schools. Currently, I serve on BAFFN's steering committee. The following statement is from Brookline Asian American Family Network, Brookline Racial Justice and Equity, Brookline for the Culture, Brookline Muslim Friends. These organizations strongly oppose and disagree with the Brookline School Committee's consideration to remove all religious and cultural observances from the 2026-27 school year. Occasions such as Yom Kippur, Rosh Hashanah, Lunar New Year, Eid el-Fitr, and Good Friday are powerful reflections of the diverse identities our students, staff, and families preserve and uphold. These observances are affirming and significant. Students, families, and educators have worked tirelessly over the years to ensure that such experiences are recognized and codified in policy. When members of a school community consistently and purposefully miss school to honor their values and beliefs, we must acknowledge that learning and education exist to serve the needs and shared rhythms of that community. Holidays and the days of low attendance that often accompany them not only provide opportunities to celebrate unique traditions and faiths, but also cultivate awareness, empathy, and respect for practices beyond our own. We respect the committee's responsibility to advocate for an extraordinary education for all students. As stewards of PSB, we are committed to partnering with our schools to support this mission. And we urge the committee to pursue that goal by celebrating, rather than eliminating, experiences that make Brookline extraordinary. We ask that you vote to maintain the current school closures under Category 1 for the 2026-27 school year. We support Calendar A or C as prepared by Dr. Wong. Alternatively, we support a proposal to rotate the number of cultural and religious holidays included in a school calendar. This seems to be an equitable system for acknowledging and celebrating the diversity of our community while addressing the concerns raised about the length of the school year. Finally, if the school committee decides to eliminate all cultural and religious holidays, any restoration must be made in an equitable manner that does not favor any particular community. If any holidays are restored, all holidays should be restored to maintain good faith within the community so that no group feels alienated or dismissed, but rather all feel celebrated, honored, and respected. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Laura Baines Walsh, also via Zoom.
Laura, you should be able to turn on your microphone and camera.
Okay. I think that's working.
We do hear you,
Okay, I'm sorry,
and we're seeing you now too.
Oh, excellent. Thank you so much. I appreciate your help.
Okay.
My name is,
Start.
my name is Laura Baines Walsh. I'm a mother of an 8th grader at Baker and a 5th grader in the lab program at Driscoll. I'm also a town meeting member for Precinct 16, and I've been a high school teacher for 12 years. I'm so glad that we are discussing our fundamental approach to the school calendar. The current approach has been suboptimal for years. We end too late in June, and there are too many days off scattered throughout the year. This undermines the education of our students and begs the question, what are we doing here? Students and teachers need consistency. We need a calendar that is simpler, not more complex. We need continuality and fewer disruptions, a schedule designed to support teaching and learning. Missing days throughout the year disrupts the rhythm and sense of normalcy that students rely on. I see this both as a teacher and the parent of students with learning disabilities. Adding more days off, or even keeping the same number we have, is a step in the wrong direction. Closing schools for non-federal holidays creates real challenges for families with young children who must scramble to find and pay for childcare. I worry that some school committee members are viewing the calendar as a way to solve other issues. That's a rabbit hole that will only get deeper. Boston, one of the most diverse districts in the area, does not close for a long list of non-mandated holidays. You're presented with a variety of calendar options, but anything that adds complexity instead of simplifying moves us in the wrong direction. There are just so many holidays that we already have off, and adding more will not fix the problem. The fundamental problem is we have too many days off. I respectfully urge you to stay focused on the fundamental purpose of our school district, educating students. Please consider a calendar that observes federal holidays only, unless there is clear evidence that that particular day results in low attendance. This will give our students what we need most, consistent, uninterrupted education. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Linda Roseman.
Testing? Okay.
This is karaoke night. Okay, thank you, Betsy. I'm Linda Roseman, a town meeting member from Precinct 14. I'm the mother of 4 adult children who graduated from Brookline High School between 2002 and 2014. I'm a retired pre-K para and substitute teacher, and one of my sons teaches at Pierce. I recently attended a presentation hosted by the Town Meeting Members Association about the resources available to Brookline because we are part of Norfolk County. Already? I learned that although our students are eligible to attend Norfolk Agricultural High School at a very low cost to the town, we currently have no students attending the Aggie. The presenter was asked whether someone comes to Brookline to provide information and recruit students. The diplomatic response was, some communities are more welcoming than others. Brookline does not extend such an invitation, apparently. I'm here to encourage you to change that. I'm a huge fan of vocational education. One of my daughters took the culinary pathway at BHS. She graduated from the Culinary Institute of America and has a successful career in the restaurant industry. My oldest son attended Wheelock, which you could credibly argue is also a vocational school as it specializes in teacher training. Most people are not aware of the existence of the Norfolk Agricultural School, and I think people who have heard of it assume it's for future farmers. The school offers programs in areas such as environmental science, veterinary science, mechanical engineering, and other subjects, and 98% of Aggie graduates go on to college degree programs. 98%. Can we match that at the high school? I don't know. We say that one of our primary goals is to meet the needs of all students. The opportunity should be made known to our students and families, as it could open new worlds and pathways for many of our kids. Let's start a tradition of inviting a representative from the Norfolk Agricultural High School to an evening information session for all 8th graders and their parents or guardians. We should be taking advantage of all resources available to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Allah and Yusuf Eldamati.
Hi, my name is Yusuf and I'm in 4th grade at Pierce School. Education is very important to me too, but I still think we should celebrate each other's holidays by taking days off. If only some people don't come to school, they will miss the lesson and feel left out. Last year, I almost missed my spring concert because it fell on the same day as Reed. Luckily, my awesome music teacher noticed and rescheduled the whole concert last minute. On another rainy day, I had to come into school to do my MCAS test because there was no other day to do it. If I had missed school for my holiday, I would have missed both of these activities. But if I have the days off, I get to celebrate my holiday with my friends, which is fun. I'm so excited to celebrate Eid with my non-Muslim friends this year. Second, I like learning about my friends and classmates' holidays. This year, I got to learn what Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur were because we took the day off. If my friends had just chosen not to show up that day, I would have never known anything about the holidays they care about. Lastly, I look forward to the days off because I get to take a break day in the middle of the week and I get to take a homework-free day, which is a needed break for me. So please don't remove any holidays. Thank you and have a nice day.
Thank you.
Just confirming we're resetting the 3 minutes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ala Eldamati. I am a parent of children across the Brookline school system, 1 at BHS, 2 at Pierce, a middle schooler, and Yusuf, who is an elementary, 4th grade, and also a preschooler at BEEP. So all levels. Almost 8 years ago, we moved to Brookline because it's diversity and inclusivity. And we've loved celebrating this rich multiculturalism with our children, a celebration that includes respecting the holidays of our neighbors. But today, we face a decision that is threatening to undermine the very values that make this town special. First, I want to address a problematic narrative that eliminating cultural and religious holidays implies. For the last few years, folks haven't really complained much about the calendar or days off. But when a Muslim holiday gets added on, we started debating removing all religious holidays. I heard the impact of this firsthand from my 7th grade daughter. Paraphrasing her, she said, "They can't do that. If they remove all the holidays, I'll be blamed for other people losing their days off." What message are we sending our kids when we tell them their identity is a burden? We must reject this dangerous narrative immediately. Now, let's talk about the calendar and the argument of efficiency. I agree that starting school before Labor Day can solve childcare challenges for the first week of September. But this is relatively contradictory. If we eliminate all the extra days off as proposed to achieve an early finish, we're simply shifting the childcare problem to June. Suddenly, parents will be scrambling to find care for children finishing a school a week before camp starts. This is not a solution. It's just trading one inconvenient month for another. The value of these scheduled breaks, a necessary pause in the flow of homework and school stress, is vital for everyone, teachers and students alike. Furthermore, if we eliminate these days, our teachers will now have to accommodate students missing school for up to 8 major Category 1 and 2 holidays. This creates an academic nightmare of makeup work, missed assignments, and logistical stress for students and teachers alike. Additionally, if all the holidays were removed, there's no guarantee this discussion won't be reopened next year, with some groups arguing that their holidays be reinstated due to low attendance. This is very concerning. In conclusion, my opinion is to keep all 4 days off, but in agreement with Mariah's proposal, cap and rotate at 4, not 3, 4 religious and cultural holidays. Capping at 4 means we don't have to eliminate one holiday every few years, and it creates predictability, preserving the spirit of observance and allowing for additional future holidays to be added without disrupting the calendar in future years. Brookline must lead by example. Let us choose a path of respect, logic, and unity, and solve this calendar conundrum once and for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Sam Dickerman.
Hello, my name's Sam Dickerman. I'm a teacher at Brookline High School, Social Studies Department. I've been there 22 years. I also went to Brookline schools, and my kids went to Brookline schools, and I can, like Sarah Palin, I can see the high school from my house. 2 quick requests. First of all, please just ban cell phones in Brookline schools. Like, for goodness sake, I'm gonna sound like a teenager, but everybody's doing it. The Senate's already passed that bill. We're Brookline, we should lead on this, just please. So I'm out every Thursday, you'll see me with a sign out in front of the high school. Second thing I'd like to do is ask you to please investigate what's going on at the high school with AI. We found out on Tuesday that the school is going to turn on AI for student use, the Google suite of tools. I recognize that AI is a valuable tool. It's something that people use in the real world for productivity. If you have domain expertise, it can help you be more productive. You know, if you're an engineer or something, you're trying to complete a project, you can talk to it in the language of your expertise, and you can filter out the bad stuff and go with the good stuff, that's fine. The problem is that it's critical to understand that our schools are not about productivity. Our students have no domain expertise in anything. That's why they're in high school. The products they create have no economic value. All their tests and papers could be thrown away at the end of the year because the value they get is from creating the product is entirely between their ears, not on the paper. Therefore, using AI to boost productivity doesn't make any sense. 100-page paper, 200-page papers, like, who cares? All it can do is diminish the learning that students are doing. You have to think for themselves. So now that AI is here, do we have to teach kids how to use it? To me, AI is the fox and the school is the hen house. Are there foxes in the woods out there? Sure. But that's why we build hen houses, to protect those within. So now some unknown person or group has unilaterally decided to turn on AI at the high school. They didn't ask the teachers. They didn't ask the parents. They're just inviting the fox right in. I don't know if they asked you. Their arguments are kind of absurd. The fox will make the hens more efficient. They'll be more productive. Like, they'll lay more eggs. The fox will train them for the real world. Like, are you kidding me? We all know what the fox is going to do when it gets into the hen house. So the question our school administration seemed to have settled on is, how do we use AI at the high school? That's the wrong question. The question is, should we use AI at the high school? In the name of protecting our students and protecting the enterprise of education, the answer should be a resounding no. So I ask this committee to please figure out who is turning on AI without any regard for its impact and get them to stop. And of course, also please just ban cell phones. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think I saw Rev. Claudia come in, so Claudia, you're up.
I am Rabbi Claudia Krayman. I'm Senior Rabbi of Temple Beth Zion in Brookline. And also I'm here on behalf of the Brookline Association, Clergy Association, and one of the co-conveners. I'm also a parent of a junior at Brookline High. And the letter I'm going to read is a letter signed by at least 18 faith leaders in Brookline. So to the members of the Brookline School Committee, and thank you for having me. As clergy and faith leaders serving the diverse and vibrant community of Brookline, we write to express our deep concern and opposition to the proposal to remove all religious and cultural observances from the 2026-2027 Brookline Public School calendar. Brookline is a town that values inclusion, respect, and diversity. Our community thrives because of our commitment to honoring the many cultures, faith, and traditions that coexist here. The proposal to remove religious and cultural observances from the school calendar would undermine these core values and risk sending a message that faith and cultural identity are secondary to academic scheduling. As people of faith and as leaders of our congregations, we believe that the education of our children must be holistic, embracing not only intellectual achievement, but also moral, spiritual, and communal development. Allowing families to observe their sacred days without academic penalty affirms that we value the wholeness of each student and the fullness of their lives beyond the classroom. Removing their observance would place undue burden on students and families who wish to celebrate and practice their faith. It would force them to choose between religious observance and school attendance, an unfair and unnecessary choice that erodes the inclusive spirit that defines Brookline. We also want to express our opposition to the proposed rotation of holidays. While we understand that this idea may be intended to create equality in practice, it would mean that some years members of a particular faith would be unable to celebrate their most sacred days without missing school. True equity is not achieved by alternating recognition, but by ensuring that all traditions are honored consistently and respectfully. Each community's holy days should be acknowledged as part of the shared fabric of Brookline's diverse and inclusive identity. We urge you to uphold the values of respect, inclusion, and diversity that Brookline has long cherished. Please maintain religious and cultural observances on the school calendar, ensuring that all students and families can celebrate what is sacred to them without being excluded from their education. And with respect and hope, Rabbi Claudia Kramer, that's myself, Reverend Candace Nichols, who is the Senior Minister of Brookline Church of Christ and also co-convener of the Brookline Clergy Association. Can I, 1 second more? Rabbi Andy Vogel, also co-convener, who is the Senior Rabbi of Temple Sinai, the Reverend Dr. Richard Burden from Old St. Parish, Reverend Dr. Mark Caggiano from First Church in Chestnut Hill, Rabbi Leah Carno from Temple of Zion, Reverend Joseph Cherry from First Parish in Brookline, Rabbi Julia Fleischman from Two Life Communities, Reverend Kent French from United Parish in Brookline, the Reverend Wen Jehu from St. Paul Episcopal Church, the Reverend Joel Ice, Rector of Episcopal Church of Our Savior, Faiza Khan from the Brooklyn Muslim Friends, the Reverend Silas Contour from All St. Parish, Rabbi Audrey Marcus Bergman from Temple Rabbi Shalom, Rana Mumtaz from Brooklyn Muslim Friends, Cantor Marianne Silverman from Temple Rabbi Shalom, Rabbi David Starr from Congregation Mishkan Tefillah, and Rabbi Talia Stein from Temple Sinai in Brookline. Thank you so much for having us here.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Ron Silver. He's remote. Okay.
Hello.
Begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Ron Silver. I'm a parent of 2 young children in the public schools of Brookline. I'm grateful for the hard work of the committee and the entire PSB community and appreciate the transparency and willingness to engage in the school calendar topic. I also appreciate that the school committee has recognized that the increasing number of school off days has gone overboard and is negatively impactful to our children and their family in many ways. I urge the school committee to implement common sense practices that best support our children and community. I believe only observing holidays for federal holidays sets a bright line that is clean, simple to understand, and unifying. It would eliminate the hypothetical arguments over who is or who is not observing holidays, as well as opportunities for favoritism, virtue signaling, and misperceptions and accusations over diversity, equity, and inclusion. Most importantly, keeping our kids in school without frequent disruptions is the best way for them to learn. This is obvious and well understood to the vast majority of parents and educators, for whom I think it's important to acknowledge, often stay silent on topics like this that we know are quite sensitive in our current culture. I trust the school committee recognizes the negative impact on our children and families of the high volume of off days, and that there are better ways to recognize the wonderful diversity of our student and faculty population. To those who believe the scale back of religious observances reduces the opportunity to celebrate and learn about other cultures, I certainly respect the opinion and believe those views are well intended, but I do not believe it is accurate or realistic. Children learn and develop best when they're in school, and there are other more practical ways that we can reach these aims. When my kids are off school during a random day in the middle of the week, there's a major disruption to their learning, and there's also a financial burden to those in hourly jobs without childcare who can least afford it. Adding school days to the end of the year bleeds into expensive summer camp schedules that are built around other school districts who have a more appropriate calendar, and again, only hurts our children and working parents. We should not feel an obligation to appease every constituency by retaining so many off days throughout the year. It may feel virtuous in the moment, but I believe it's more harmful than helpful to our children. Thank you for your time and consideration, your volunteerism, and everything you do. That makes me proud to be part of the Brookline community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Gary Schiffman.
Hi, Gary Schiffman, resident of Brookline, town meeting member for Precinct 9. 2 children attended Brookline schools. My wife attended Brookline schools. My business partner attended Brookline schools. And believe it or not, in 2006, Bob Weintraub hired me to be department chair of social studies at Brookline High School. I retired from there 2 years ago. I'm here to ask you to ban cell phones bell to bell. I talked today to a colleague at North Andover High School, and he said, yeah, we ban cell phones bell to bell, no cell. That's our mantra. I said, how is it? He said, it's better. I said, do students think so? He said, yes. Lots of schools have done this already. Lots of states have done it, including New York State. A fair number of countries have done it. That alone doesn't mean that they're right, but in fact, they are. Decent research shows that heavy doses of social media make many teens anxious and depressed. Paying attention shows that socially anxious people, a large subset of the adolescent population, hide in their phones to avoid awkward social interactions, the kind that lead to human connection and friendship if you get used to managing the discomfort. My younger daughter went to summer camp for 8 weeks. No phones, no devices at all for 8 weeks. When we picked her up, she wept in the car for 30 minutes, first 30 minutes of the drive. Separation from her new friends meant that much to her. That was human connection. I've heard people say, good people say, that we should teach students to use their phones responsibly rather than ban them. I've heard this argument since 2014, when devices first became ubiquitous. How's that going, I wonder? The argument is no longer worth taking seriously. It's not happening. Go visit the cafeteria in any school. Half the students are staring down. Enter a classroom 30 seconds before a teacher does. It used to be chatty and noisy. Now it's mostly silent. We're not teaching the students about device use. Mark Zuckerberg is teaching them about device use. What is a school? A place for learning, of course, but not just that. It's also a place to be with people, to talk and listen, to laugh and argue, to play and create and negotiate, and sometimes when you need to be quiet and alone, to read in a corner of the library. They still have books there. Brookline schools used to lead. We make the culture we want, paraphrasing a great leader of a great high school once upon a time. We're out of practice, but now is as good a time as any to get back into the leadership position. Let us not be the last school or district to do common sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Ibrahim Abdul Dayem, and I'm sorry if I mispronounced it. Oh, they're speaking together, sorry. And then Jackson as well.
Hi guys, my name is Jackson. I'm Ibrahim. And we're 2 religious students at Brookline High School. So we recently wrote an article for the school newspaper, The Cypress, about religious life, which we think is pretty relevant to the discussion about days off today. In it, we essentially argued that we think religious identity is being devalued in Brookline schools. And we think that removing so many religious holidays off the calendar is going to reinforce that sentiment.
And keeping the holidays on the calendar isn't a matter of losing class time. It's about recognizing the diverse cultural identities that make up our community. And as a Muslim student who's been in the Brookline system my whole life, I've always had to miss school to observe my holidays while the rest of my peers continued their learning in the classroom. And that always made me feel a lack of support from my community, and it left me feeling like my identity was a detriment to my education. And the removal of all religious holidays from the school calendar will bring that struggle to students of many more faiths and identities in Brookline, forcing students to choose between their culture and their academics.
I don't think that should ever have to be an issue. The school should encourage the honoring of identity and religion and not punish students for doing so. Very often in Brookline, I feel like we celebrate our commitment to diversity and inclusivity, like many have said this evening. But this initiative is in opposition to those values.
We encourage you to read our article and reflect on how this decision will affect students' sense of belonging. The Brookline school system has been a place where students develop pride for who they are. Let's not undermine this accepting culture for a few more hours in the classroom. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes our public comment, and we'll be moving on to the superintendent's report.
Thank you. This is a presentation of the time that I was away, 10:10 to 10:20, to Andalusia. And so this is just to describe to the school committee the context and what I was doing there. So I've been a member of the MASS Global Studies Superintendents Group since actually 2006. And so the purpose of the Global Studies Group has been to enhance the understanding of global education for district leaders, support leadership in promoting global education, and promoting universal global competency. And so the idea is if we did that for the leadership, then it would also impact the work with students. And so we would meet regularly, we shared readings, we had speakers, but we also did immersive travel. And so when we did the travel, it would be to explore models of school governance, educator licensure and training, funding, and basically how people ran schools in other places and the policy development. Over time, these are the sites that we have traveled to. Several times in Finland, Havana, Warsaw, Krakow. When we went to Warsaw, Krakow, we did also visit Auschwitz, Birkenau, and then also to Reykjavik. And then the dots are when COVID happened, and so all travel was shut down. The last three sites, Helsinki, Tallinn, Ireland, Northern Ireland, Andalusia, actually were organized by myself. So I picked up the travel component after COVID. And so the evolution of the global studies, we continue to look at equity through education. So all over the world, education is a focus because it is seen as a vehicle to achieve equity for all. Continuing interest to see how equity is expanded in other places, in different environments, different challenges. There is a continued commitment to universal global literacy for staff and students. And again, it's to build the capacity to influence and improve peaceful and equitable world outcomes. So the more we think there is a higher universal global literacy for all, that we will be working toward that outcome. And also, it's also to better support students to understand their place in the world. The more that they're introduced to the global environment and understand how they can work in that way, to better their agency to make the world the way they want it to be. So to understand the world better, so they can understand better how to change it. We continue to expand the way we look at the world to help expand the way our students look at the world. And again, learning how school leaders achieve what how they meet the needs of all students or overcome local challenges. And it's really about training leaders, changing their perspectives to impact the learning of their students. So the regions, again, I led the last three, Helsinki, Tallinn, Ireland, Northern Ireland, and then Andalusia. There was an intentional choice to choose places that would increase geopolitical cultural knowledge base, as well as looking at schools. Helsinki, Tallinn. Helsinki is the largest shared border with Russia of all the European countries. Tallinn obviously was a former USSR satellite, so heavily influenced by Russia. And Ireland, Northern Ireland had a classic conflict in their countries, and so going to see how they've resolved that conflict. And then Andalusia. So Andalusia we chose because actually in the medieval period, it was a model of coexistence of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. And so Andalusia was chosen intentionally because of this history. This map shows you there's Spain in the circle, and then all of the African continent below, the rest of Europe to the west of it, and then of course the Middle East countries in the around the water. But it's just to show you Spain in that context. Spain more up close. We were in the southern part of Spain, and sort of the biggest one there is Granada, but we were in the southern part. But it's for us to appreciate how much the southern part of Spain was influenced by the northern part of Africa and the Muslim history that was there. So this is where the geopolitical siting and understanding the geography of the site. This is a more of a focus that we were visiting the Andalusia region. So you see Cordoba. Due north of Cordoba was Madrid. We landed in Madrid, we went to Toledo, to Cordoba, over to Sevilla, then down to Ronda, Granada, and then we flew out of Malaga. Andalusia was, so this is just the prehistory, pre-Christian, early Christian Spain. In the beginning, there was actually a strong Celtic influence, the Roman Empire, and then during the Roman Empire, Catholicism became the dominant religion. But there was also a significant Jewish population that also resided in the region. Many of us here are familiar with the Ashkenazi origin of the Jewish population. Here is where the Sephardic Jewish population. And so, and then the Visigothic rule after the fall of Rome became more Christian. But significant, so, and this is just, this is a Roman amphitheater fully intact in Malaga, just to show you how, I think it's just truly amazing just to have that piece there. So the Islamic period, in 711, there was a conquest of Toledo. So Toledo was Catholic, and there was a family in northern Africa where the family was all killed, and there was a surviving son, and actually that son is the one that led the invasion of the conquest in 711. So for almost 8 centuries, there was Muslim dominance in this area. And I think when you don't realize, if you've not gone there, you wouldn't realize that the primary language at that time for this entire period was Arabic. And also the cultural exchange, primarily a lot between the Arabic and actually Jewish tradition of study, that they were like the center of science and mathematics and medicine. And also later I'll show like the study of ethics and philosophy. They were known in this it's actually here that there was, that they transcribed a lot of the work of the Greek philosophers. So this was just a really period of coexistence and co-study, and again, it lasted from 711 and ended in 1492 in Granada. So again, the medieval significance, Andalusia was considered the center of Muslim religion and culture in the medieval period. And Cordoba was the largest Jewish settlement, Jewish quarter, Sephardic Jewish, and Cordoba was the largest Muslim settlement. And so again, we chose this area. This is Toledo, and just to see, and so it still retains a lot of its medieval nature. In touring Toledo, there are parts that are embedded that mark the Jewish neighborhoods, and so these tiles are still there. This is a mosque that was used at one time as a synagogue, and so it's hard to see in this picture, but the The Muslim star is eight stars, and the Star of David is 6. And so embedded in this motif, you see 8 stars and also the Star of David. So this sign of assimilation, of symbolism, and of the coexistence. This is, so there were also a lot of monasteries, and the monasteries remain. And so to support themselves, the monasteries often, like they would be known for candies or baked goods or weaving. And so all of this is still coexists to this day and reflected in the history. From Toledo, we went to Cordoba, and Cordoba, this is this amazing cathedral of Cordoba. It's very clear the Muslim arches are retained, and then to the right are the high Gothic ceilings. So this was converted to a Catholic church, retains a lot of the Muslim history. And then the symbols of the signatures of the people that decorated the columns. And this piece to the right is where the choir is. And I put it here because it was designed by a 17-year-old. All of that. And so this was definitely added in the Gothic period, but this is where the choir was. Also in Cordoba was the home of Maimonides. And so Maimonides is now a common name that we hear attached to schools or to hospitals so he was known as a high intellect in medicine and also in study, and he was also known for his work in ethics and the study of Aristotle. So after 1492, Catholicism became the overwhelming dominant religion in Spain, and then followed in the Spanish Inquisition. So the Spanish Inquisition succeeded in expelling the practice of Judaism and Muslim religion. It doesn't mean that people all left. Initially, they may have converted, still practiced their religion, but ultimately it became harder to do that. And so this is the change that we saw the history of, but a lot of the artifacts are still there. And it is a history of that region that they're still proud of. And it's very visible. So we visited 3 schools, one in Sevilla, the Colegio Internacional de Sevilla, which is private, urban, Ronda, which was completely rural, deep in the valley, and then Granada, which is a public high school in an urban area. Just quickly, this is the private school that we saw in Sevilla, but because they're a private school, they educate 0 to 18. And it's like some of the schools that we visit that are just the premium curriculum, they actually say they are informed by the authors in the US, like Tony Wagner, or so a lot of the work comes from here. And actually the head of school for here trained at Harvard Graduate School of Education. He is the 4th generation in this family to operate the school. And so they have an IB program, which is, some might liken it to the AP program, but the IB is more comprehensive with curriculum and then a diploma in the end, and their outcomes. They have around 900 students in their school. These are their 7 objectives. The first one, develop an international multicultural mindset. And then it's very forward, outward thinking, globally oriented. This is the number of nationalities represented by their students. Again, it's this school in the city in Sevilla, in the Andalusia region. It's our meeting with the leaders there. But I thought this was interesting. The language of study and music, how early they start. The numbers in the parentheses are the number of hours per week that they are exposing. And so music and language, but it's English, Chinese, Spanish, English, and then they can choose French or Spanish later. not everyone coming to the school is a native Spanish speaker. They have people coming from other parts of the world. You can't really tell, but the true violin size is the one on the bottom, and the one to the right is a half size, and the one in the upper left was a quarter size violin. And so I just thought that, so for the younger students, but the integration of music and the importance of that and language. We also visited the palace, Muslim palace, and so one thing about the gardens we saw there, it's about sight, smell, so they usually have fragrant flowers, and there's usually water. So the sight, the scent, and the water. This motif ran throughout, and again, you have the multifaceted stars and the Star of David, six points embedded within the motif throughout. And we went to Rhonda, which was, and this ended up being our favorite school. It was deep down in the valley. It serves 8 villages. It takes some students an hour to get to the school. It was very similar to our experience when we went to Ireland. We visited Connemara, also a very rural school in Connemara. It takes kids an hour to get there. In Connemara, one of the only schools in Ireland taught entirely in Gaelic. This school actually has a diverse population of people coming to the valley for agricultural work. So they have Catholic, Muslim, and Jewish students at this school. This is their board sort of saying, you know, we're coming, the Americanos, and they fed us, and we met with the teachers. We got to meet with students. So some of the pictures are limited. As you know, we can only take the back of, just here, like here, back of students, and they created presentations for us. It was very, very nice. They were doing some farming out in front of the school. This gives you a sense of the valley and how hard it is for the kids. I mean, it's hard for the kids to get to school. It was our favorite school because of the sense of community. So we talk about all the things about building community, and you could feel it in this school. And so it was inspirational to us about what we might want to bring back. They did a show for us. So this is us in the large room. Can you imagine being in that school with the whole valley and everything outside of it? There was a bit of flamenco, and again, the back of student. And then they performed the Star Spangled Banner for us. They were so proud that they had done that. And so our reception was so genuine, they decided to play the Spanish anthem as well. So one thing about the Spanish national anthem is one of the few national anthems in the world that has no words. Why doesn't it have any words? Because they cannot agree on, there is no, so here we have the Star Spangled Banner, we kind of agree like how we got to where we got to, but in Spain, so they have a history of all these different kinds of peoples that populated, and so still in Andalusia, you see the remnants of the importance of the Judaic, Christian, Muslim confluence, and so they just can't agree. So it's an anthem with no words. So again, the schools we visited, and then the last one was a public school in Granada, and this is just the agenda. I didn't have, we were able to see classrooms, so I don't have a lot of pictures because we were in the classrooms. Of course, we visited the Alhambra. So the Alhambra is in Granada. It was the last place to be conquered. It was an Islam palace, and so interestingly, Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand, who were the promulgators of the Spanish Inquisition, fell in love with the palace. And so in the end, they say it was a peaceful transition. They agreed that the Muslim could stay in Granada and practice their religion, and they kept that promise for 7 years. And then after they did say you had to convert or to leave. but the Alhambra is completely intact because it was that kind of transference. And so actually in the history of transference from Muslim to other, it has actually, in that period, was it peaceful transference. So this is just a view from the Alhambra, a truly beautiful site. And so, again, interestingly, because this area was the center of Muslim practice, that Isabella and Ferdinand fell in love with this area. They chose to, so they chose to be buried there. And so it was actually, I've always read about the Spanish Inquisition and Isabella and Ferdinand, so it was very moving. These are their mortal remnants that are there in Granada, and it's called the Place of Kings, where they're buried, and this is the part that's on top. And we flew out of Malaga, and so there is a, I didn't know this. Picasso was born in Malaga, and so there's that. Anyway, so that is just an insight in. I've had a long life commitment to leading global literacy, and so I do hope to bring that to the schools here. That perspective, again. Just visiting areas and understanding their geopolitical history. That's it. So the rest of the report, actually, we're gonna just talk about Professional Development Day. That was yesterday. So I'm gonna invite Deputy Superintendent Robin Benoit, and she's gonna share with you it was a fabulous day, I thought.
Yeah, we had a day that was kind of broken into two parts in the way that it was structured. So it was professional development district-wide for all of our educators within our school. And the morning was really broken into building-based work, and the afternoon was broken into departmental, grade level, program-based work. And part of the structure for that was ensuring that for that departmental work, we have some of our departments run K through 12, so our visual arts, our performing arts, our wellness departments. We wanted to make sure that they could meet as a department all at once, and that the school-based needs weren't conflicting with that, and people weren't having to be pulled in different directions. So it was structured so they could do both of those things. So I just wanted to give some highlights of the morning, and the afternoon. So as part of the morning, we had a number of different things going on in buildings in the way that they were structured, but we had building-based professional learning communities meeting for part of the time. Our high school faculty gathered together for a significant part of the morning to engage collaboratively in some of the work that's leading to the beginning of thinking about our vision of a learner at the high school. We had some professional learning specific to digital tools they were using in the buildings. We had some inclusive classroom practices sessions happening, and planning regarding wind block, engagement strategies, and collaboration time and planning related to just any of the different building-based strategic initiatives that they have going on. So our subcommittee heard the various strategic plans for the building in the last few weeks, the beginning of October. And so thinking about that, they were gathering their faculty together to work on that. In the afternoon, they were meeting by departments or programs, and the leaders for those departments and programs were really thinking about the needs of what was going on in their departments. So at the K-5 level, it was really based around grade level collaboration related to literacy. And it was a great opportunity to have teachers together within a grade level across all 8 schools, special educators, general educators, our EL teachers being able to collaborate together. That doesn't often get to happen. You get all of those people together at once for a lengthy period of time, so for the entire afternoon. So that was important work that was happening. We had content area choice-based workshops. So within some of the departments, they offered some choice workshops led by department members where they were working on different things or sharing practices, including things like exploring project-based learning in their content areas, visual thinking strategies for students, skills sharing workshops, collaboration around common assessments and assessment practices, and UDL strategies and equitable grading practices. So there's a lot of good work that was happening and coming out of that collaboration that was happening in the afternoon. So we're very thankful for the day in November, where we still have a lot of work to do together for the rest of the year.
Thank you. Any questions for the superintendent or for the deputy superintendent? Okay, seeing none, thank you.
Robin.
Thank you.
I just was, so for the high school Vision of a Learner, we invited the K-8 curriculum coordinator, so they were all there too. So that was nice. It was a good start of that process.
Thank you. So next on our agenda is item 5A, a second reading of the 2026 to 27 school district calendar. I'd like to invite Superintendent Wong to make a statement on the calendar.
Okay, so sorry, you're hearing a lot from me tonight at the start. This is something I wrote is addressed to the school committee as we look at the school calendar. As I know you have as well, I've read each communication to the school committee and have reviewed all of the options submitted thus far. I have checked in with the BEU leadership. I have also checked in with some of Wellesley School leadership. I am in awe of the thought you have given to this and to the creative ideas you have offered. It is also clear to me that each of you has been endeavoring to find a win-win solution that will be most fair. There are solutions that are objectively even-handed, yet despite the intent of measures to be fair, I think the impact will feel less than satisfactory, especially in the contextual history of Brookline. Parsing out the days equally may have an unintentional impact of diminishing the reason for placing the holiday on the calendar in the first place. Also, low attendance on some days would definitely be a reality. So that from my personal perspective, I experienced many of my friends' milestone events growing up. We attended each other's confirmations, bar mitzvahs, bat mitzvahs, and recitals. And so I'm speaking of my time growing up here. Over time, I returned for Shiva, or church services, when we lost parents. The last one I attended was for Ellsworth Rosen, a former member of the school committee and select board just last year. I was privileged to have Margot Strom as a social studies teacher. She also taught my brother. She knew my family. As you know, Margot, originally from the South, founded Facing History, Facing Ourselves, a curriculum she developed out of her work in the classroom and the stories shared by local Holocaust survivors, one of whom was a friend's parent. You may not know that it was Ellsworth Rosen, then chair of the school committee, who approved her extraordinary request for a sabbatical to enable her to develop the curriculum further so it could be scaled across other school districts. You may know that Facing History has a global presence now with sites all over the world. At the time I was a student, we had Good Friday off. Christmas was part of the December break. While there is no documented low attendance data, I can tell you it was obvious there was low attendance due to some religious holidays, and it impacted what those of us were taught while in school. No school on Jewish holidays came much later. Our community is only more diverse than it was before. When one applies to attend Harvard College, there is an interview. I was interviewed by an alumnus and by the Dean of Admissions. I was surprised to hear the Dean was most interested in hearing what it was like to grow up in Brookline. He characterized Brookline as the most significantly evenly religiously diverse of all of the local communities in Massachusetts and across the country. It was fascinated to hear how it might have influenced my perspective on the world. Frankly, as a 16-year-old, it was a perspective I had never been asked to think about. But his asking me to reflect on that experience changed forever how I looked at growing up in Brookline. How we as a community embrace the diversity that is here is what defines us, sets us apart, and sets us up as a role model for our students and others. Other communities with less diversity don't even have a chance to do this. This is an opportunity. I recommend that we keep the holidays as we have them with an earlier start. Staff on 9/1 and 9/2, and students to start on 9/3 with school on that Friday. I appreciate that we are all wary of the lateness of the end of school. There are other good practical reasons for an earlier start, such as the impact on AP courses. I suggest we take a deeper look at the calendar to see if we can adjust some of our release days. I also suggest we consider asking the state to consider the requirements for 180 days for all schools in light of this dilemma, because I do think it is something that everyone is experiencing. I don't believe there is a perfect solution to address all of the concerns that have been raised. I think this is one that feels best for us at the moment, and we can keep on working on adjusting our parameters for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Wong. I appreciate that perspective very much. Just to set the table, we have Susan Harris from Town Council on Zoom if anybody has any legal questions. We cannot vote on any calendars today, just so everybody's aware, unless we voted on the first one, which I don't think anybody wants, which would start after Labor Day. So first, I think these are only straw polls, but I'd like to take a straw poll of removing from consideration the two calendars. Does anybody want to start after Labor Day this year? That's the question. Yeah, hold your horses, Bob. Just, we're going to remove some things.
Okay.
Does anybody want to start after Labor Day? Anybody on Zoom want to start after Labor Day? Okay, Betsy, let's remove those from our consideration. A and B. So A and B are off the table. I would like to support the superintendent in keeping the holidays that we have and beginning on the 1st of September. I know that she's also been in touch with the BEU on looking at creative ways as we move down with contract negotiations to talk about whether there are other options with release days and things like that to maximize our time. But I support the superintendent's recommendation. We can't vote today, but I'm going to go around. Everybody can tell us what they think. Bob's been like a 8-year-old child, so let's go to Bob.
How disrespectful that was.
Like you're jumping up and down. You're very, very ready.
No, I just wanted to raise my hand. Okay. I think talking about the calendar and religious holidays today is so appropriate considering Superintendent Wong's presentation today about Spain and all the different religions that live there. Okay, so I want to make a little speech, okay? So as I noted last time when I spoke about this, when we spoke about the school calendar holidays, I said it was complicated. We've heard from many, many of our constituents in email messages and tonight in public comment. That is a very good thing. The practice of the First Amendment of our Constitution, embracing our freedom of religion, freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, and the freedom to petition the government for the redress of grievances is alive and well in Brookline. As we vote tonight, as we do at every meeting, we demonstrate that our valued representative democracy is very healthy in Brookline, Massachusetts. Again, as I noted last time, our foundational driving principle in a school system is the optimization of teaching and learning. My proposals, 1, for an earlier start to the school year, and 2, for the elimination of all but state and federal holidays, were about that. Much more engaged teaching and learning at the beginning of the year than in late June, and more continuity of teaching and learning if there are fewer days off. Fewer days off and fewer early release days are also family friendly, as I think everybody has noted, especially for families with two working parents and for parents with kids who have special needs. We need, as Dr. Wong has just mentioned, we need to continue thinking hard about these calendar challenges. So the proposal for an earlier start is not so controversial, obviously. Late August and early September can be a tough time to find childcare. High school activities are underway. I would prefer that the kids begin school on August 31st, enabling us to conclude school in mid-June, but that can't happen without collective bargaining, so maybe next year. For tonight, honoring our current collective bargaining agreement, we can at least vote to begin school on September 3rd and still conclude school earlier in June. Okay, the religious and cultural holidays. Tremendous passion has been expressed from a broad segment of our community to retain all of the Category 1 holidays, Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, Lunar New Year, Eid al-Fitr, and Good Friday. The passion is about Brookline's beautiful racial, cultural, religious, and immigrant quilt. The passion is about respect for and honoring our diversity. To remove religious and cultural holidays is viewed by many as disrespectful of and dishonoring that diversity. My own perspective on our community's diversity and its connection to its schools is this. One of our core values is understanding and respect for human differences. When I was at Brookline High, we edited that core value, replacing it with understanding and respect for human differences and our essential kinship. That was our translation of our nation's motto, E pluribus unum, the Latin term meaning from many, one. How important is that motto today as our national government promotes and practices an anti-immigrant and Christian nationalist philosophy? Very important. When I proposed only closing schools on state and federal holidays, I also proposed making our education for diversity more robust and for all our students at the same time in school. I was thinking about everyone learning about the holidays a few days before each one occurred, and a system-wide E pluribus unum day, a day of education and celebration about all of our religions and cultures. I still support that kind of intentional diversity education. And there are great resources I mentioned last time to help our very talented and creative teachers. The Teaching Tolerance Project, the Southern Poverty Law Center, the Pluralism Project at Harvard, and Facing History, and ourselves, Brookline's own. These celebrations, which are already happening in most, if not all of our schools, could be further enhanced. So this decision tonight about 2026-2027 calendar, or this conversation about that calendar, is about all of us, for all of us. It's a decision for our community. And my responsibility as an elected official in a representative democracy is to listen carefully to our community. And to listen carefully to our community, reflect on what I hear, and then mediate between my own ideas and beliefs and those of others. And so after listening and reflecting, I've decided to support the passion of those who believe we best honor our diversity by closing schools on these 5 important religious and cultural holidays. Thank you. This allows our friends and neighbors the freedom to celebrate their holidays unencumbered by the concern about missing instructional time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So Mariah and Carolyn, we're going to go around the room if anybody has something about a particular calendar. Just a reminder, we cannot vote today because this is a second reading. So I'm essentially taking a straw poll. So far, I'm option C. Bob, I think, is leaning option C. Jesse?
Hi. Public schools are designed to provide learning and teaching along with opportunities for social emotional growth throughout the entire school year. Since any resident of a municipality can generally elect to attend their local public school, the makeup of the school will generally reflect the diversity of the community. This diversity within the public school system expresses itself in many ways, including differences in race and gender, economic status, religious backgrounds. As a public school system and receiving funds from the federal and state governments, it is imperative that the public school system treat all students and staff fairly. Over many decades, in addition to the mandated days of closure, federal and state, in the public schools of Brookline, other closure days were added primarily to reflect days of low attendance due to religious observances. This is similar, in my view, to what would be done for Christmas if the day wasn't already designated as a federal holiday. These days were added due to issues related specifically to finding sufficient substitute teachers to run effective classroom instruction for a single weekday of learning and for the reality of a significant number of students observing a particular religious holy day. Each one of these days represents a day of lost teaching and learning, and as such, results in the lengthening of the academic year, notwithstanding starting a day or two earlier, with a Labor Day weekend immediately after school would start. Let me be very clear. Parents and their children in our district make decisions about when to take off from school based on many factors, be they religious or personal, like a family vacation or some other event. It doesn't really matter if school is open or not in these kinds of circumstances. Thus, for religiously observant families in the public school system, there will be days when the families will observe religious holy days and their children will simply not attend school. This phenomenon is not unfair to those families, nor is it inequitable. In fact, the public schools have an obligation to maintain teaching and learning every weekday, 5 days a week, 180 days in the year. Recognizing one religious holy day or another is appropriate when communicated throughout the school system by announcements, classroom discussions, posters, but not by causing a system-wide loss of a day of instruction. I am fully behind and will only support the option that only closes PSB for federal and state mandated holidays. Finally, the proposed 3-year rotation of religious holidays is confusing, counterproductive for a diverse public school community for the following reasons. While this idea may sound equitable on the surface, rotating religious holidays actually creates inconsistency and frustration for families and students. Public schools have an obligation to treat all faiths equally, but not by rotating which ones matter in any particular year. A system where one group's holidays are recognized one year and ignored the next couple of years sends a harmful message, perhaps, that some religions are only, quote, worth acknowledging part of the time. Moreover, such a policy would create unnecessary confusion. Families, teachers, administrators would have to relearn the calendar every year, complicating scheduling, testing, and attendance. Students from faiths whose holidays aren't recognized in a given year would still face the same problem of missing dates for their religious observances, which means the core issue of equity is not solved. Finally, public schools are meant to remain religiously neutral. By officially rotating religious observances, the district could appear to be ranking or endorsing religions, even unintentionally. A better approach is to keep school open on all days while ensuring that students who observe religious holidays can be excused without penalty. That approach respects everyone's beliefs while maintaining consistency, fairness, and constitutional neutrality. Thank you.
Does that mean on the straw poll you'd be endorsing option D?
Option,
D, is that what you're?
I believe it was option D, correct.
Andy, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Sure. I've changed my mind on this one. I think I've previously expressed at least tentative support for getting rid of all the non-mandatory holidays. I'm now coming to think that if we did that, we'd just be teeing up an even more divisive argument next year over whether to bring back some of those holidays as days of low attendance, and that's just not a road I want to go down. I've also said before that my experience working in a school has made me think that these interruptions are not necessarily a bad thing for teaching and learning. On the one hand, there is the disruption. On the other hand, I think a long stretch without these days off leads to exhaustion and burnout for teachers and students, which is not great for instruction either. So yes, line me up for option C.
Option C. Okay. Suzanne?
Yes, I support option C. I support the thinking behind Superintendent Wong's words, what she said to us tonight. I believe we are student-centered, and these holidays and holy days that we've heard are super important to our students. They feel very strongly about it. I do not believe one size fits all. I think it's one size fits none, and I just feel that we're losing that opportunity to share with our students and our families what is so very important to them without promoting those. That's just what it is. And I really have been moved by the words that we've received, the comments we've gotten, and the belief and the values that we have around diversity, inclusion, and respect. I've heard that over and over and over again. I tried to say that at the last meeting. I still believe that that's so much a part of our core values and that we need to live those core values. I am proud to be here in Brookline. I am proud that we have such a diverse population, and I am proud that we can honor that diversity, inclusion, and respect. And I would support option C.
Okay, thank you. Donna, and then Carolyn, and then Mariah, and then Aditi.
Can we go to them first and come back to me? Because I'm still.
Okay. Carolyn?
Thanks. Hi. And I'm going to leave my camera off. I just want to clarify. I'm not there today because I had a fairly major surgery, I'm resting in my bed. And I don't want that on camera. So I reshared with everyone the email that we received last year from Jamie Yadoff, Principal Yadoff, regarding the day before Thanksgiving. This was a very credible letter that, in my view, underscored what should be the focus of this task. Jamie reminded us, implored us really, to center teaching and learning and the needs of educators as they do their jobs when we think about our job as a school committee, which in this case is setting the school year schedule. And she implored us to look practically and logically and be data-driven about the real days of concern among her colleague building leaders and the teaching staff, the real days of low attendance, which we have the data for. And I've shared it, and I can share it again. And to make our calendar decision based on that operational information. So I encourage us all to relook at that data. When Val first raised the idea of no religious days off last year, I was really intrigued. I was intrigued to hear more. I had never thought about that. And I asked her why she liked that approach. And she said simply, separation of church and state. But here in Brookline, we have drifted from that in several respects, including calling religious holidays days of low attendance that are not days of low attendance. And we're drifting further at the expense of what we're supposed to be doing with this document. We need more flexibility with the calendar in order to be able to create a logical, productive, supportive work plan for teachers and students, including, I'll note, students with disabilities, as CPAC wrote to us about this week. The idea of rotating holidays digs us even deeper into, I think as one community member called it, a rabbit hole. Who chooses? Who would choose here? How is choosing not synonymous with discrimination? They're synonyms. Rotating, moreover, is not a compromise between the various community desires because it does nothing to give us the flexibility that we need. It's just an attempt to compromise among the religious and cultural holidays. So speaking to some of the points raised, In advocacy, for Category 1 holidays, it's important to me to note the school district's job is not to celebrate religious or cultural holidays. This is that church and state part. PBS cannot celebrate. We can accommodate individuals who wish to celebrate. And we all know that Brookline is diverse, as the superintendent noted, and that is not going to change if the calendar changes. We're all going to continue. I've been in the district 15 years. I still have kids in the district. They are well aware of the many religions, cultures, nationalities, languages of their peers. And the schools do a great job of pointing up many of those and enriching aspects of our community. If we want to give everyone in our diverse community an equal opportunity to celebrate religious holidays, the logical way to do that is to be closed for none. Every staff and every student are entitled to excused absence for individual religious observation. In Brookline, we go further by giving relief to homework and other obligations. So I continue to enthusiastically support a simpler, more flexible, truly progressive change, and to get out of the religious celebration business and stick with what is best for teaching and learning business. Which I will also say is an approach we've heard strong arguments, many arguments to keep holidays and to get rid of them all. Many, many people want to do this. I think that if we continue with the status quo, which has become a very complex, unpopular calendar, it will be a very unpopular decision. I actually think the best option is, I'm not looking at them now, but I think it's F, state and federal holiday closures only. Don't blur the line between church and state. An earlier start in September, an earlier end in June, a full day off for the day before Thanksgiving, because a noon dismissal is an insult to ourselves and our teachers. And ideally also moving the November PD day, which is also the bane of many people's existence, to mid-March, at least on the odd years. I've said this all many times. I've looked at this, thought about this extensively, and in terms of my job as a school committee member and our job as a school committee, I would go with E or F. But
E or F.
if you're doing a straw poll, which
I am.
yeah,
I'm
a straw
just to,
poll feels like a vote, but
it's
I'll
just
leave
to
it
get a
with you.
sense of weeding for a vote for next week so that we
Yeah.
don't have to look at 6 calendars again.
Understood. Thank you.
So I'm sorry, E and F you said? D,
Correct.
wait,
Yes, thank you, Val.
E and F or not D and F, right? E and F.
Correct.
Okay. Mariah?
Thank you. I'm not gonna attempt to weigh in on whether or not these holidays are good or bad for the year or for students. There's plenty of experts on both sides who have already asserted both things to be true. Um, what I would say is that I think it will be great, not necessarily for this year, but in the years that we can make the school year end before Juneteenth, we should be taking that day before Thanksgiving off and trading it for another day. And looking at the data, if there's other key days of the year which are, as Carolyn says, data-driven days that are of low attendance, we should be removing those days from the calendar whenever we can. I also would like us, and it's not technically part of this vote, but I want to talk about it, the definition of categories 2 and below, revisit those, because one of the worst problems we have is not necessarily with the day one holidays, but the other holidays, which end up being days that nobody can do tests and nobody can have homework. And I think there has to be a much better way to give the students who absolutely should have grace to be able to make up something later on, but still have the school day be able to continue. We have days that have very little academic value right now because things are paused completely. And I think that that is a mistake in how we treat our 180 days that we take. And then the last thing I would say is that it would be really helpful to also, when we can, look at if there's a possibility to work with the BEU on structuring our early release days to be much more sustainable for families and to be less disruptive for the academic days as well. Those are shortened days that are counted as part of our 180. And I think that we can all agree, no matter how we feel about the days of low attendance, so to speak, and the religious days, that that we want every day that we're in school and every hour to count as much as it can. And I think that there's other ways beyond these particular days to do a better job on that front. I'm happy to support the calendar that Superintendent Wong has put forward for us for this year, but I think that there's a lot of other ways we can do better for the students, for the adults who support them, and for the staff and PSB to make our days more functional and our calendar more functional. And I really hope that we won't just continue to roll this forward, but we'll really think about these issues, hopefully, especially category 1 and 2, or I'll say categories 2 and below, rather, for the upcoming year. That should be something that we can change with the input, obviously, of educators to make sure that, and the building leadership to make sure that that's structured in a much more functional way. Thank you.
Thank you. Donna?
Can I ask a question before I start talking? Yeah. Okay. Actually, I had a question for Andy. I don't remember the exact words you used, but you said something about removing federal and state holidays would tee us up next year for. Can you explain
I
what you
think
meant?
removing all of the non-federal and state holidays
Yeah.
would just tee us up for an even more divisive argument next year over whether to bring some of them back as days of low attendance.
Because of staffing issues?
Or because of students not showing up.
Thank you. I wanted to make sure I understood what you said. I think there was something in what everyone said that resonated for me. I'm actually glad that I'm following Mariah because there were some similar threads in what I had initially been thinking. I think that no matter what we choose, there's no perfect solution, and every approach will involve trade-offs. Someone will inevitably feel left out. And so rather than focusing on trying to design a calendar that solves everything for everyone, I think our job really is to define a framework that can be applied fairly and consistently and predictably, and one that centers student learning. For me specifically, that means identifying some parameters that we can come back to when we have these conversations. Data is really important to me. The impact on instructional time, making sure that our calendar is simple and manageable for staff so that it can be implemented effectively and with fidelity. I think that if we, as a committee, agree on guiding principles, then we can use those principles down the road when questions do come up about different holidays. We certainly haven't included all of the holidays in our calendar, as you know, and I agree with Mariah. We need to look at some of the definitions that we're using. So in terms of the straw poll, I can't say. I can say what I would not vote for, if that's helpful.
Sure.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. I would not vote for A or B. And I think, whatever decision we come to as a committee, I would like to see this conversation taken up with more more robustly next year at some point, so that we again are like looking at guiding principles and a framework. when questions come to us about the calendar.
Okay, Aditi.
Hi, everyone. I just wanted to talk about what I've been hearing recently because I've talked to a lot of my peers and friends about this question of what holidays we're going to be honoring as Category 1 holidays as days off from school. So I've heard people talk about this in student council. That's the main avenue of where I've heard student perspectives, and also just in classes and conversations with friends. And for the most part, what I've heard is that students are in favor of keeping all the holidays as days off from school. And obviously, there are the arguments of diversity and inclusion, which many people have talked about today. I wanted to talk about two things in relation to this. One, I think the impact of students missing a day of school for a religious holiday is actually really hard on the students. BHS is, at least at the high school level, BHS is a really academically intense and also a great school. But what comes with the intensity is that missing even one day of school can be really hard to catch up from and can kind of snowball in terms of work. From experience, I know that like being sick for a couple days can really set you back behind. And then if a holiday you celebrate is no longer being offered as a day off, I think students might make decisions and decide not to take that day off, not to celebrate because they feel like they can't afford it. So I really think that giving the day off for these Category 1 holidays is the only way for students to really be able to observe, or for all students who celebrate to be able to observe. And the second thing I wanted to talk about is something that Andy mentioned. I think the breaks in learning can actually be a good thing. This is from my perspective as a student. I know people usually talk about March as the hardest month in the year because it's an uninterrupted stretch of straight learning, and the testing is usually really intense because you have no days off in the entire month. And I think generally these days off from school and the no homework holidays can be a nice respite occasionally. Obviously, we're not having this happen all the time. It's not every day. So I think having 5 days out of the year, which we choose to honor as days off from school, one, isn't hurting as much from my perspective as it would be to not offer them. And I think there's actually some benefits.
Thank you. So what I've heard is A and B are off the table, and we will take our vote on the 13th. So next week, we will take our vote on a calendar of the remaining, so C, D, E, or F.
Val, sorry, I have my
Oh,
hand up.
Carolyn?
Thank you. I just would like a quick another bite at the apple there to respond to sort of what Mariah and Donna were talking about. And I've talked about that too. So I agree, we have and I brought this up last year and it never got addressed. We are misaligned between the PSB policy and the homework instructions. And I think it would behoove us to review that peripheral document that says what happens on the different categories. I would also just like to say, and the day before Thanksgiving is, I think, the lowest attendance of the year. I just want to say, we went through this last year. We were told we would come back to it and have a longer runway because so many important concerns were raised. And maybe this is just the way it goes, but I just want to say, like, there's no point in saying we should come back to it next year. We're in it now. So let's do the job. And if but it appears people don't want to do the job of taking a hard look at how we approach the calendar because the majority seems to be going for the status quo. So if the status quo is what folks want, then there's not much point in talking about a different approach unless we were to do a survey, a community survey, which Lincoln Sudbury just did,
very strong participation. And by the way, crystal clear results that the community does not want to add more holidays, does not want to rotate holidays, and most strongly favors state and federal only. So if there is going to be some kind of longer look, maybe we need to do what our peers in Sudbury are doing and get some actual data. Because we're really a little bit all over the place with our nomenclature about attendance and also about what people want.
Okay,
That's it.
thank you. Nothing else on this right now. We're going to move on to the enrollment update.
I just had one question.
Yeah.
If it's, is the subject still open or?
Yep.
So, sorry?
Still open.
Thank you. So I just wanted to draw maybe a comparison between, in option C, it doesn't really matter which one, I think they're all the same here, November versus March. And I think it's the same thing this November, which is basically no week without a break. One has 2 days off. Another one has a holiday next year and another day off, or at least half day for early dismissal. The middle of the next week has another one, and then the next one's Thanksgiving with a Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, essentially no school. That's packed with breaks. In fact, you don't get 3 days of education in a week. You get 1 or 2. And then we get to March, which has at least, again, option C is probably the same as the other ones, as March 10th is a closure for religious observance, and then Good Friday. So there, you have a week and then a break, a week and then a break, and then a week, and you're in April already. So I don't see the issue about like March is going to drive everybody to exhaustion or anything like that. I think that argument's a little bit different than what my colleague on my right mentioned last week, which is that people might be tired, but a whole month of I think if I remember, you might have said this, that a month of straight education can be enlightening. It can be a build. It can reach a crescendo by Good Friday. 3 weeks maybe with no school, with school every day. I don't see a 5-day. I don't see the real world stopping as often as the school district stopping in a month. Otherwise, things just wouldn't get done. So, for an enterprise that's focused on the best teaching and learning, and again, social emotional opportunities every single day, the stark contrast to me in how this calendar, all versions are set up in terms of November, and then with a long December break of almost a week and a half or something, and then April again, to sort of say that March is too long and that somehow we need some breaks because it will exhaust us, to me, seems a little difficult to comprehend.
Thank you. So is Megan online? She's online? Okay, so moving on to the enrollment update. Hi, Megan.
Thanks for having me this evening. I'm going to work with Susan so we can chat with you guys about what's been going on with our enrollment report. And I'm going to drive the presentation, so please do let me know that you can see it.
We can. Can you hear me? Is the mic on? Is this good? There we go. Okay. So just a little orientation for our presentation tonight on enrollment. So we're going to start off and we're going to talk about and share information about our October 1 numbers alongside the history so that you can kind of see what the trend has been there. Then we'll take a peek at what that October 1 enrollment looks like by school. Yeah,
Thank you.
I know. This is not as riveting as the last conversation, but then we're going to look at how our enrollment projection for this year fared against the October 1 enrollment. Then we're going to seek to understand some of the ways that our enrollment in migration and out migration impact our ability to forecast, especially at a more granular level. Then we'll talk a little bit about our projection for next year, some high-level summary points, and then take any questions you might have. So Megan and I are going to tag team on this, and I'm going to start us off by looking, or Megan's going to start us off by looking at the enrollment over time.
So this year, enrollment reporting to DESE, which is what these reports are based on, have not officially closed. So this number is not technically official. The submission goes through, I think, tomorrow. We don't anticipate any big changes, but if it goes up or down by 1 or 2, no big deal. But this is really, we think it's pretty settled. So this year, the total enrollment for the public schools of Brookline, as reported to DESE in our October 1 report, we anticipate to be 6,949 students. And as a note, this does not include our out-of-district students who are reported in a separate avenue. They are reported just in a separate area. Nor does it include our early education students who are under 3 years old, who are peers for our special education students. They are not counted in this either. So we'll see some more information about those in the next slide, though. Because we, of course, are working with those families and want to honor their existence in our community. So this slide is showing us a little bit about how our students are distributed across the district here. And at a high level, again, those out-of-district students, there are 66. You can see that we are actually reporting to the state. And our early education sites have 237 students we report, but actually there's 253 in the community with us. Our elementary enrollment is 4,565, and Brookline High School is totaling in at 2,147 this year. Our kindergarten overall, you can see the class sizes sort of going across the bottom in the totals. Our kindergarten class this year was notably smaller than some of our other cohorts, and it was smaller than expected. And it's difficult to say why, but we'll talk a little bit more about that as we move on as well. I'll pass it off to Susan so she can talk to you a little bit about how we got here, whether we did perceive correctly on who was coming.
Thank you. So this next slide shares with you what the October enrollment is in the first column, and in the next column is what we had predicted it would be. And so I want to walk through these various sections and just point out a few highlights. So on the out-of-district, we have 66 students that we're claiming on the October 1 report. Karen will be doing a presentation in another month, and she'll be sharing information about all of the students that are in out-of-district placements that we serve here. There are 2 different numbers, and I want to point that out so that when you look at Karen's and she's presenting, and if you recall back in the spring when she was presenting, she shared with you all of the students that we support. Some of our settlement agreements will state perhaps that we will count them 1 year and the other school counts them in another year. So some of the students that we're actually serving and paying for are not included in the October 1 report, just based on the rules that we have to follow in order to do our submission. So I want to point that out. So we had predicted 66, and the number we're reporting on October 1 is 66. Pre-kindergarten, so this number's lower, but you'll remember back in the spring that when we were consolidating classes at BEEP, that meant we were reducing the number of classes that we would have in place for this year. And so the decline of 33 is as a result of the consolidation. It's not for any other reason. So it's not that our forecast really was off. It was that we made choices after the forecast that consolidated classes and then lowered the number of seats available. So that's what that number that's the highlight for that number. And then in elementary, as Megan said, the kindergarten number is always one that's hard to predict. The last several years, we had just used the prior year kindergarten as the current year number because it was the most current information that we had. I'm changing that methodology a little bit for next year, but the number, in fact, that we were using for our forecast was 286, and that was because we had 286 kids the year before. But in fact, they came 30 students less than what we expected in kindergarten. And again, we don't really have good information about why in one year you're going to have significantly less than in another year, per se. Some of this could have to do with families moving in and out, and Megan's going to talk a little bit more about that later. On the other area in the elementary level that was quite a bit less than we anticipated, and when I say less, it's 30 students. Of course, we had 8 elementary schools, so it's not that we have 30 students in one location. But fourth grade seemed to be another area where we had a lot more out-migration than anticipated. So overall, from our forecast, we were lower, 94 students at the elementary level. At the middle and the high school, we were pretty close to spot on there, at least on an overall look, right? So at the middle school overall, we were 1 less than we projected, and at the high school, 6 more. But when you look at grade level, so 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade, the numbers, although 8th grade was on point, the rising 6th grade had more than we had anticipated, and the 7th grade had less. So those netted out. So it's really hard when you're looking at this, especially with the changes in out and in migration, which is pretty significant here in Brookline, to be able to identify what families are going to be leaving, what grades those students are going to be in, and then likewise, when the kids come back or different families move in, what grade level they're going to be enrolling their students in. So that is really how we fared when you look at it, elementary, middle, and high. On the next slide, I took a look at how does our enrollment, October 1 enrollment, align with the Cropper and McGibbon's report and the NESDEC report. Now, the NESDEC was, although they give you a forecast that goes out many years, it's using a cohort survival technique, and that does not project out in the long run as accurately as other methodologies would be. And so it's not a surprise that in the outer years on the NESDEC that we would see numbers that might be very different than what our experience is. But when we look at Cropper and McGibbon's and we're looking at a really high level, I also want to point out that this slide is blown up so that you can see the variation. So in blue on the chart is what our October 1 enrollment is, along with our projection for 27. So 6673 is our projection for next year. When you look at Cropper, the Cropper forecast, that's in the orange, or it could be red depending on how you view the slide from home. But what you can see when you put these next to each other is that the pattern itself is pretty in alignment, right? Both are showing that we're going to have declining enrollment, and we have had overall declining enrollment, although it's not significant. And when we get to the projection for next year, it's really is pretty close to what the Cropper McGibbon's, although it's a different technique that was used to come to those numbers. They're pretty similar. Cropper then is projecting a decrease again next year, and then our enrollment will start to increase. So I would think that given the close connection between what our enrollments are actually coming in at and what their projection was, I think it's worthy of relying on those last 2 years as being something fairly valid. So though we'll go down a little bit this year coming up, and the year after that, it looks like they're projecting our enrollment will start to increase slightly. we'll see how that comes out. And we should probably do a refresher at some point in the next couple of years. So with that in mind, so first of all, elementary enrollment is lower than we forecast. When we're looking at the overall enrollment, it seems to align well with the forecast from Cropper. But I wanted to better understand what was going on at the elementary, middle, and high. So the next slide. Sure.
So those are actuals for what you're calling school year 27.
That's 4 hours on October 1. That is the forecast for us for next year, for FY27.
Okay, but some of them say school SY and some of them say FY, so I just want to understand if there's a...
No different.
Okay, thanks.
Yep. I didn't notice that, so thank you for pointing that out. We will be consistent when we present it next time. So when we break it out by elementary, what you can see, again, we're blue, and then the reddish orange color is the Cropper, and then the gray is NESDEC. At the elementary, our actual enrollment at the elementary level is lower than what the Cropper report suggested. At the middle school, it's similar.
Susan, can I just ask a clarification? On this slide, is
Sure.
October 1 actuals or is October 1 your projection? Because the heading says projection, but then I don't know what the columns mean. The column means for October 1.
Yeah, so all of the October 1 are October 1 as we submitted and were certified. 27 is what we're anticipating it will be next year.
So
27 is
27 is the projection, but the rest of those 3 years are the actuals for 26, 25, 24.
correct.
Thank you.
So at the high school, what you'll see on the last, again, you'll see that the Cropper prediction was that the high school would be declining, and what we're seeing is it's staying fairly stable. But the net result is that the forecast is pretty consistent, though where the students are showing up is a little bit different than we had anticipated. So I've made some adjustments when we've for the forecast on 27, and I'll talk about that a little later on. So Megan's going to share some information about in-migration and out-migration, our highest, the time of year where we receive the most changes in and out is during the summer, June to September, and so Megan does an awesome job tracking where students are going when they leave us and where they were prior to arrival. So I'm going to let her share what is hot off the press for in-migration, out-migration.
Yeah, thank you, Susan. So yeah, as Susan mentioned, the in-migration and out-migration is a huge portion of our student population here. We always have students coming and students going. This does put a little bit of a face on the individual and families that we're serving as well, keeping in mind that we're not all just numbers. These are families and children that, even though the numbers maybe for the cohort survival don't change all that much, the actual individual students that our teachers are servicing may change quite a bit. And summer is our busiest time for people to come and go. So it's a new students, which is the in-migration, has been a little bit less than the withdrawals or the out-migration for the last couple of years. That 2023-24 school year was a very strange year in terms of the churn, the population shift. It was definitely the COVID recovery year that was quite different. But for the last couple of years, there's been a net decrease slightly over the course of the summertime. And then in-migration has been in decline. But that is also sort of reflective of the overall slight decline in enrollment. So it's proportional. So we're going to dig into each of these areas a little bit and see if we can find any patterns or lessons to learn from what we're seeing. So first, we're going to look at the out-migration. So that is to say summer withdrawals, students who are leaving the public schools of Brookline at the end of a school year to go attend school somewhere else for the following school year. And what we find, and is true every year, is that our out-migration is largely due to families who are moving out of Brookline. This is not necessarily school choices. These are family housing or other kinds of situational changes. They are leaving the town of Brookline altogether. So we're going to look a little bit about where our families are going when they leave the public schools of Brookline. This chart to the right-hand side of the slide is a 100% view, so we can sort of see the proportion of who is doing what when. The totals are different, right? So actually the withdrawals are a bit higher for the last 2 years, but the proportions you can see, the shift is not nothing crazy. So students who are leaving to attend other schools in Massachusetts, which is the green bar, or schools outside of Massachusetts, which is blue. So that includes out of state to California, Connecticut, Maine, Tennessee, what have you. But also families who are leaving for international locations are all represented in that blue bar. They've all completely moved out of Brookline. And then the yellow bar, which is students who are choosing Massachusetts private schools. Only a portion of those remain Brookline residents, as some are also moving out to other communities and are reporting that their child's next school will in fact be a private school. So this is related a little bit to how we are required to report to the state, but we do know that only a portion of the students who attend private school will remain Brookline residents. And then as far as the new student registration, the in-migration, these are students who enroll PSB to begin attendance for this reported school year. So you can see it was much lower in 23-24, but it has increased in 24-25 and 25-26. And then again, in-migration is really because families are moving in. They're replacing those empty houses and units in town that other families have vacated. And summer in-migration is down by 22 students from last year. And interestingly, students enrolling from outside of Massachusetts, so any other state or country, did decline by about 50 students this year, which is somewhat proportional, again, to the overall decline. And I will note the number of students returning to PSB, whose last school was a Massachusetts private school, was higher this year than the last couple of years at 39 students. So that's a pretty good uptick. It's difficult to say whether they were all Brookline residents. Some of them, again, were coming from other communities, moved here and chose public after joining a community that they believe the public system is great for. But that's an interesting little note there. And then the other wild card that's not necessarily summer specific is in terms of trying to predict what our enrollment is going to look like. There's always the wild card of what our grade 12 to kindergarten replacement looks like. So each year, grade 12 graduates out. We congratulate them. We welcome them into their new life. And we replace them in our numbers, our community, with kindergarten cohort. A whole new class joins us to begin their journey. So this year, the outgoing grade 12 class was 548, which really is truly one of the larger cohorts we've had in PSB. It's not the only big one, but it was one of the biggest ones we've had in a while. And therefore, our incoming kindergarten class was lower than it has been historically, so at 453. So we're not seeing that replacement in the overall numbers that we often see. And then the other piece is kindergarten is such a wild card because we never know who's here. We don't know who has 5-year-olds. We open kindergarten registration starting in January. And actually, for the community, keep your eyes out. We're going to start doing our outreach very soon for next year. But we open in January and we enroll families from January through the beginning of school and on. In fact, I registered a kindergartner today for the existing kindergarten class. One piece to keep in mind is the enrollment outreach that we do to try to reach families to get them to enroll as soon as possible, so we have as much good information as possible. We've been doing better. You can see that the proportion of summer registrations has decreased for the last 3 years. So it was only 61 students out of the 453, so about 14% of the class were last minute arrivals in the summer. But that does lead to still uncertainty. If 14% or 16% or 19% of your kindergarten still isn't registered, before we're making financial decisions and projections and class placements and things like that, that summertime addition does make things more uncertain and more difficult to forecast, because we don't know if we're just doing a really good job getting a hold of people or if there's going to be a flood on, August 25th of 30 more kids, which has happened as well. So that's a little bit about how we kind of got to where we are. And the humans who are populating our classrooms and where they've come from, and those who've left us and where they've gone. So I'm going to pass it back to Susan. She can talk to you a little bit about what we're thinking moving forward.
So the next slide, and really the last chart, is our enrollment projection for 27. This year, so we use the cohort survival methodology. And last year, we tried to make some targeted adjustments by grade level. After looking over kind of the history of the changes in the cohorts over time, we thought we saw some patterns there that we would apply to the methodology to make some adjustments after we use the cohort adjustment method. So given what we're seeing now, we've shifted a little bit, since it's really hard to predict on a granular basis, like grade by grade by grade. It makes more sense after looking at how the data is, the October 1 data, that we go with just a cohort survival using a 3-year average. And then for kindergarten, instead of using last year's number, we're using a 3-year average, so that it'll hopefully moderate any big fluctuations between the years. So in essence, we're using cohort survival. At the kindergarten level, we're using a 3-year average. And based on that, we're anticipating another slight decline at the elementary level of about 67. At the middle school and high school, a little bit higher. The rising 5th grade going into next year is higher than the exiting 8th grade. And so therefore, you see an adjustment at the middle school because of that, and you see the same thing at the high school. So you have an 8th grade, the rising 8th grade has 517, and that will be moving up. But the existing 9th grade is 499. So more students coming in causes those numbers at the middle and the high school to go up a little bit higher. Again, these are not any significant variations in our numbers. They're spread out over many schools and many grades. So that is our best estimate at this time for what our enrollment will be looking like next year, and we will be using these numbers as we build the FY27 budget. So in summary, enrollment continues to decline slightly. We knew this, we anticipated this when we got the Cropper-McGibbon report, and in fact, our October 1 enrollments are proving that out. At the elementary level, it's slightly lower, and at the high school, it's slightly higher than the Cropper-McGibbon's forecast. Our out-migration is higher than our in-migration, but that is proportional to the decline in enrollment. So we're seeing less families move in and our enrollments are going down. So that makes sense. Our graduating cohorts, so the high school, 12th grade cohorts are larger than the incoming kindergarten, and that's been true for the last couple of years. Overall, FY27 enrollment is expected to go down slightly. Based on the Cropper-McGibbon's forecast, we're anticipating that we'll start to have a slight uptick in enrollment in FY29. It's always important to know, again, as we've tried to share with you today, that enrollment forecasts are vulnerable to a lot of circumstances, including housing availability and socioeconomic circumstances that may cause families to move in. Certainly federal policies will impact families, especially from abroad. And so those factors aren't as easy to forecast, especially here in Brookline with a churn as large as you have here. It's not something that I've seen in most of the other school districts or any of the other school districts that I have been a part of. So we'll take any questions you might have.
Thank you. Megan, I have a question for you, I think. Have you seen any evidence that the out-migration or the lack of in-migration for the last 2 years has either to do with things going on globally or our own federal government in
I have no
DC?
documented evidence one way or the other regarding that. So no, nothing tangible.
Thoughts on where you're seeing changes?
I suspect that yes, the global environment and the federal decisions, things regarding Harvard over the summer in particular, may have had certain amount of impact on families' choices about whether they would move to the greater Boston area in general at this time. But I don't really, for instance, for the kindergarten, I have no idea why it's so much smaller, if that makes any sense.
Thank you. Mariah? And then Andy? And then Donna, is your hand up or are you just stretching? Okay.
Thank you. I have one minor question and one larger question. And thanks for all the information that was shared tonight. It's really helpful. My question was, I don't remember us consolidating a BEEP classroom that you talked about, and I was wondering if you could refresh our memories. Maybe it's just me who doesn't remember this, but that was something that didn't jive in my brain. Could you just discuss where that happened and whether we discussed it?
Yeah, sure. Margaret did a presentation alongside Karen when we were talking about budgetary reductions, and they were looking at consolidations, and Margaret did a presentation on that in ways that she could consolidate the classes to achieve some savings.
Where is it?
Oh, yes. Okay, now it's ringing a bell. Thank you very much for that.
Where is it, Susan?
I think it was like the third meeting in March.
No. Which location?
I believe it was at Driscoll.
Okay, thanks. Sorry, Mariah.
Yep, no problem. And then my next question is, could you talk a little bit more about the methodology that you're using for forecasting? You mentioned a little bit of kindergarten, what you had been doing, but just generally, how is the projection, the methodology, how is it working for other grades, in general?
What is this?
So the cohort survival methodology looks over the past 3 years, and it takes an average of the change as the cohorts move up through and matriculate up through the system. So I used 3 years because I didn't want, as opposed to 4 or 5, sometimes I'll look at 5 years, but because you start getting into kind of post-COVID era, I didn't feel good about going back 4 or 5 years. So I made the choice when I was preparing the forecast to just use the most current 3 years. And then I kind of validated that against the Cropper McGibbon. So I don't look at theirs until I've done mine, and then I try to triangulate the information to see if it makes sense. And when I looked at the differences in grades, when I compare the FY26 projection against what happened, the variation by grade was much greater than I anticipated it would look. So I didn't feel there was real value to trying to make further adjustments beyond using the cohort survival technique, because it didn't really play out to be effective at that granular level. So I feel that the projection, the forecast for 27, will net us similar results or better results, maybe even at the elementary level, and similar at the middle school and high school level, but not really making adjustments by grade, because that just didn't play out. And I think that's what I was trying to share with you earlier. It just didn't play out at the grade level.
Thank you. Andy and then Bob?
Can I ask a follow-up before we move on?
Yeah, go ahead.
So if it's not, when you rolled it, if I just understood what you said, if you tested that methodology against back data and it didn't work right, like, we're not gonna, you're saying though you're not gonna adjust it even though it wasn't particularly accurate? I'm confused by that statement. Maybe I
Okay,
misunderstood.
yeah, let me clarify.
Last year,
So
she used a method where she adjusted grade by grade based on specific cohort changes that we had seen historically. And the nuance of grade 1 to grade 1 is so difficult to predict that the cohort survival method was just more predictable, more reliable.
Okay, so this is a new methodology. Your previous
Correct.
methodology, I see. Okay,
Yes.
thank you for that clarification.
Yep.
Andy and then Bob.
Yeah, thanks. I'm not sure whether this is for Megan or for Susan. I feel like I've read more than one newspaper article recently that was suggesting that families in affluent districts are leaving the public schools for private schools at a higher rate than before. Am I right in thinking that based on what you're presenting, there's really no evidence of that happening right now in Brookline?
I would say this slide shows that that is absolutely correct, that there is no evidence that there is a change in that pattern here in Brookline. Because that yellow box on the slide that's on the screen, that proportion is pretty consistent.
Mm-hmm. Thanks.
I think, Andy, the article was actually, the articles that you may be referring to was not about the rate of families leaving. It was more about the rate of families returning, and if it's gone back to pre-COVID numbers, from what I remember.
Bob?
Thank you, Susan and Megan, for this presentation. I have two questions. One, do you know the percentage of kids, school-age kids, who go to private schools right now from Brookline?
I do not have that number. That's reported separately at a different time of year.
Okay. Secondly, do you have data on the relationship between the enrollment projections and the space that we have in the school system, considering the building that has been going on and continues to go on? I'm just wondering if there's I know the projections for the high school, for example, required us to build a freshman campus, et cetera, et cetera. So what are the space implications of the enrollment projections? In other words, will we have space, extra space in the system to think about?
Right now, we've just begun building the FY27 budget. We just launched it a week and a half ago. So we will be looking at the impact of this enrollment projection on classes. So there's two parts to that, Bob. This is really forecasting, all students, but we have a rather significant population of students that are special education that we're also providing education for here, as opposed to having them go to out-of-district placements. So we have the RISE program, the ALC program, Winthrop, and those programs over the last 3 years have been a concerted effort to grow them, to keep as many students here as we can. those take up classrooms as well. So one of the things that we're looking at now, and I've been working with the principals the last week or so, is to go through and map out like what we're using each space for so that we can get a better understanding of where we might have some capacity and where we see we're going to need to grow. So we've been trying to grow Winthrop House for the last couple of years, and we're hoping that perhaps we can actually start to take students in from other schools, in which case we're going to need more space for those kinds of things. Next year, we're anticipating that we will be growing RISE program one more classroom. So as we think about space utilization, we think about what we have right now, what we need, and as we build these programs, making sure that we have the space to be able to accommodate those students as they move up through the lower elementary school RISE program to the upper elementary, to the middle school, et cetera. So we're looking at that right now. Right. When I answered the question a couple of weeks ago, we know that we have some space availability at the Driscoll School. It was built for 4 sections. We haven't grown to 4 sections since the school opened just last year. So,
right.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, it's partially a budget question.
Sure.
Have we anticipated how much space we might have and what kind of income we might get by renting out or by bringing programs in to increase the amount of money that we take in?
We are thinking similarly.
Okay, thank you.
Suzanne, and then Carolyn, oh, and then Donna's ready, okay.
Thank you, Megan, and thank you, Susan. Could you just remind me, when was the Cropper-McKibben survey done?
It was
forecast?
it was done in 24. We received it in February of 24, so it's fairly fresh.
Oh, it is fresh, because we had one before that.
We did
Yes, that was in
2019.
2019.
Yeah, that was a long time ago, and everybody was upset about that prediction because they said it was way too low, but it turned out that they were actually kind of right. I don't know how they knew the
Well,
pandemic.
we had a pandemic, yeah.
I don't know how they knew the pandemic was coming.
Yeah, that had a huge impact because the Cropper-McGibbons report was presented to you in 2019, and in 2020 you had the pandemic. So it's really hard to really totally understand the impacts of the pandemic on those.
And we had, and the visa, that has to be having an impact. Visas for our international students, because we had 200 or 300 international students at one point. Do we have any idea what our numbers are now? Megan, do you know?
I do not know offhand, because that's as always, I like to remind you, it's a complicated question because we have people who are not international folks who are coming from international, so they're reported that way, and then also vice versa, folks who are just on visas or whatever other ways they're here.
Okay, thank you.
But I can say that the proportion is the same of incoming students from outside the U.S. That proportion this year is the same as it has been for the last few years. So that hasn't changed drastically.
Thanks. Okay, thank you.
Carolyn and then Donna.
Thanks. This is a little, sorry, I'm going to deflect my question because my son and husband just came in the room to look for something. Sorry.
Okay, Donna, and then we'll come back to Carolyn.
Did you already? Yeah, she heard. First of all, thank you so much for this information. I have 2 questions. One, is the out-migration data available broken down by grade level? And my second question is, as a new school committee member, when I'm looking at this enrollment data, and particularly the forecasting for next year, what do you want me to know? What's like most, what might others know that I don't know?
So is it available? Yes, I think I do have a chart that does break down the out-migration by grade level, not by school, but by grade, yes. And it is proportional to the changes that we see in the main report of the enrollment. And then what do you need to know about this information as a new committee member? I think it's understanding that Brookline is a really mobile community. Our students do not stay the same, even though the numbers don't change that much, as I said. it's really important to understand that the actual humans who are sitting in our classrooms are not the same. Our students are, making new friends every year. Our teachers are, working with students coming from all over the place. So they're not necessarily just one cohort moving up with each other from kindergarten to graduation. It's a really mobile population with a lot of diversity of learners and experiences. And it really does make a difference to the Brookline enrollment, but also to the lived experience of our community.
Thank you.
Megan, thank you. How much do you expect, like, how much should I expect those numbers to shift, the enrollment numbers for the next school year?
So that's what we would look at here in that projection. So that's the kind of shift that we'd be looking at based on what we think is going to happen.
So, no, meaning for next year, if the district total is.
Yeah, like, I mean, I read, including kindergarten and new BEEP students, we register a lot of kids, like 2,000 kids a year.
I think the slide is titled FY26, and that's the confusion. It's FY27 projected enrollment.
Oh, well, you're really on the We were so into the numbers, we weren't paying attention to some of our titling, clearly.
So this is the.
And so are we expecting do those typically shift, how substantially do they shift? No, I'm saying if we're looking at these numbers today, and I look at these numbers again in 6 months, are they going to change a lot?
Oh, so the overall number will not change a lot.
Okay. Thank you.
By the time we get to next October, they will shift because of outmigration at the end of the year. Right now is our most stable time for our enrollment. We will still see changes. In fact, our peak enrollment is usually somewhere, depending on the year, between December, January, and February. That's sort of the peak of when we have the most humans in our classrooms, bringing them in, and then people start to filter out as the spring goes on and into the end of the year.
Thank you.
I think that's another thing I found interesting here about the enrollment is that in a lot of places you think of registration at the beginning of the year and then things kind of stabilize, but that it never quite stabilizes here. There always seems to be a certain amount of in and out migration. Not as significant as the summer, but it does continue to shift as the year goes on, which is why we say we want to wait until, certainly October, because of people coming in and out, getting them registered, everything settled out, and our numbers kind of stabilize a little bit. But they will shift. They will continue to shift for the remainder of the year.
There's generally not a week that goes by where we don't register a new student, except for maybe the last week of school.
Megan, does that have anything to do with sort of the Southern Hemisphere and young kids leaving to go back to?
Yeah, both the Southern Hemisphere and some of the East Asian nations, their school calendars differ from ours. So families will make moves based on their existing school calendar. Not exclusively. Sometimes you just need to move for a job in March. That happens too.
All right. Any other questions? Carolyn has her hand down. Okay.
But sorry, that was a mistake. I do have a quick question.
Okay.
So thanks, guys, for this. Thank you, Megan. Susan, I like your new methodology. That makes sense. Question more kind of related to the looking at building by building, kind of class sizes, overall sizes. As you're doing whatever body of work you're doing now, Susan, I wonder if it might be possible to also look at and report out on buffer zone use. I guess I'd have a question, potential concern, if like buffer zones are being heavily used such that students are families aren't kind of getting their first choice or getting a school that's closest to their home. I just would be interested in sort of pulling out like.
So I can tell you, I think I've kept track this year. the number of families who did not get their first choice of school and live in a zone or a buffer zone of that school is extremely small. So that
And
means
do
that
you,
most families
is
are.
it always based on request or do you do assignments?
So we always ask families their preference.
Okay.
Always. That's not always possible to accommodate depending on the cohort that they're arriving into. And obviously with our kindergartners, we encourage them to come early so that the sooner that they come, they do get a little bit of better chance of getting their first preference if they come early.
And sorry, oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. I was just going to ask a follow-up about buffer zones, which is, do you think that the current maps are sufficiently flexible to keep our class sizes sort of where we expect them to be and to keep people close to home and to their preference?
I don't think they always align with what families believe their neighborhood school is. If that is an answer to the question, I think we do with them the map what we need to do, and our numbers seem to be, generally speaking, okay. Whether that aligns with what the community believes is their community school, I'm not sure that that's always true. We get a lot of special requests based on, well, this is closer, and we think this is our school, and can we go there, and things like that.
Thank you. Sorry, Carolyn, did you have a follow-up?
That's okay, Val. And not being meaning to press, I'm truly just curious. Megan, when you say a small number this year, is that like 3 to 5, 10 to 20? Like what's very small?
I don't have it up on my screen right now because I don't.
Yeah, and I'm not asking for exact,
Yeah,
just like
I can probably pull that pretty quickly for the committee tomorrow, but I think it's probably somewhere in the like not a special request through the open enrollment policy that is part of the committee's policy. I think it's probably maybe 10 to 15 students. That may be fewer households, of course, right, with siblings.
And do they tend to be in this, like, is there consistency
No.
across? Mm-hmm.
It will just depend on if we have cohorts that are more crowded, larger size classes at a particular school. We just simply can't accommodate that request.
Okay.
So
And
it's just
sorry,
based
when
on
you say
what the
special
classes are.
request, you mean somebody asking for a school that is not that is not their district or buffer zone?
Correct. Non-zone school requests. Yes.
Thanks so much, Megan.
Those we're not always able to accommodate as easily, but the ones who you live there, you get to go to one of your schools close to home. We do a pretty good job with that.
Thank you.
Anything else? All right, thank you, Megan and Susan. Next up is our MCAS Trends and Analysis Report. Robin?
Thank you. Give me a second to set up here. I'm working a few different things here. So thank you so much. And so tonight we're going to go do an overview of the 2025 MCAS report. So as we've done with some others, I just want to ground us in kind of thinking about the purpose of data in schools. And for us, as we think about how it informs instruction, for us, for us. So thinking about the major purpose of assessment in schools should be to provide interpretive information for teachers and school leaders about their impact on students, so that these educators have the best information about what steps to take with instruction, about how they need to change and adapt. And so when we think about what we're going to go through tonight, I thought I would first give just the overview of our presentation. Sorry. Oh, sorry, I can't see my. Betsy, do you know my actual slideshow went away on my screen? I can't see it, so I can't. Yeah. Yep. Want me to try again? Actually, I don't see the slideshow at all. And is that the updated version? I should also, sorry, I should start by saying you have a print copy in front of you that has a couple of those title mistakes like Susan caught on hers, because I was really focused on the content when I was reviewing it. And just before we got in here tonight, I was like, oops, you've got a couple of titles that are wrong. That's okay. Thank you, Betsy. You all right? Are you okay? I was not as nimble as Bella with my screen sharing and presenting at the same time. Okay, all right. Next slide, please. So this is just our overview. So I thought we have new members of our committee. Some of you have been around and reviewing MCAS results for a while, but we have some new members of our committee. So I thought I would start by talking about our assessment system overall. Just a quick, what is MCAS? So what is the Massachusetts Comprehensive Assessment System? Define some of our key terms that we'll talk about tonight. And those are also key terms for families as they're reviewing their own child's academic MCAS report. And then how it relates to some of our strategic priorities, because if you look at our current strategic plan, we actually do have some benchmarks related to MCAS. So I felt it was important to report out on that. And then our district overview, some grade span snapshots. Within that, the 8th grade civics, when we talk about the middle school grade span, and just some overall takeaways and recommendations based on what we were seeing last year. Next slide. I always feel like it's important to orient MCAS results as one measure, one data point in all of the data that we have for students. And so thinking about our system of assessment being that MCAS data, that statewide snapshot, that district data that we have, and we'll talk about that in a minute, and then the classroom level data. So next slide. So when we think about this in the larger scheme, our MCAS is given annually. It's really a comparative measure to think about how our students, our individual students and our district and our grade levels are performing relative to state level learning standards, and allows us to understand how we're doing comparatively across the state. So are the trends that we're seeing in our student performance similar to other communities that maybe have similar demographics, or all communities across the state? When we think about our district level data, we're talking about that benchmarking data and some that helps us that's taken multiple times a year, and all of our students at a particular grade level or grade span, we're collecting that data for them. So if you think back a few weeks ago when Matt Dubois was here and talking about some of our data in terms of attendance and belonging and some of the things that we're doing there, that is part of that district level data. So when we're thinking about all of what we know about students, that helps inform some of the decisions we make. It's also things like DIBELS and STAR. So DIBELS is given at our earlier grades, some of our literacy data that we're collecting. And STAR is both in ELA and math. We look at attendance data, if we're looking at trends across our schools overall, and our common assessments, so our locally designed common assessments that we may be given or are part of curriculum that we've adopted, that we might be using to kind of compare or working together. And then at the classroom level, those are ongoing all the time. And we have lots of data that happens at the classroom level, as we know, and it's really important data about how our students are doing. And so individual assessments, those could be exit tickets, those could be observational data that we have about our students, behavioral data, lots of things that help inform. Altogether, these things are a picture of how our district is doing, but also how individual children are doing and how we best support them. So we want to take that landscape all together. Next slide, please. And when we think about MCAS in that, just so for understanding what it is, when it's given. So our MCAS is our statewide system. It is currently an online assessment. So, moved from a paper test to an online test quite a few years ago now, but we are completely a digital test at this point. It's given in grades 3 through 8 annually in ELA and in the 10th grade in mathematics, and in the 10th grade in ELA and mathematics. The assessment for science and technology is in grades 5, 8, and 10, so it's not given annually. And then we have a new civics assessment that we have data for the first time this year that we'll see, and that's given in grade 8. When we talk about, scores are reported in a number of ways. So there's a scale score, there's the performance level of students, and there is the student growth percentile, or SGP. And, next slide. As we think about our achievement overall, we can kind of think about how we use these to inform our practice. So the performance levels and scaled scores, the language around performance levels have to do with where students are relative to meeting expectations, their performance relative to meeting grade level expectations, how we would expect a student who is making progress over the course of the year to meet expectations. So we have not meeting, partially meeting expectations and exceeding expectations. And our goal is always to have our students meeting and exceeding expectations, right? That's what we're looking for all our students. I think it's an important distinction when we say that students are partially meeting. I think it's really important that we don't think about that in terms of passing or not passing the MCAS test. It means that when they're partially meeting expectations, they probably have areas of strength and some places that they need to work on. Their overall scores, that some of those they're not meeting all of our expectations, but I think that's a really important distinction. And then our students that are not meeting expectations are certainly students that we want to make sure that we're connecting with supports and services that they may need. Okay. The student growth percentile. So this is a really important measure that as we look at our students' performance, particularly for individual students, but also cohorts of students, how they're growing overall. Because a student may not be meeting expectations, but they could have huge growth in a year. And that's really important to note. And it's important to know in terms of thinking about progress for students over time and how we continue that growth. When we talk about student growth percentile, we're talking, it's a number that's derived that really kind of indicates relative growth as compared to their academic peers. And when DESE uses the term academic peers, they're not talking about, my 3rd grade class or my 4th grade class of kids. They're talking about students statewide that performed similarly to them in the past. So they're, had their performance level is similar to theirs and how they're growing from year to year. We really only have, average growth is always set at 50%. So the average growth is 50% across the state. And so we're always looking for growth that's higher than that, like higher than 50%. So when we look at moderate high or kind of typical growth, you're talking about that is growth that's over 50%, but under 60. And over 60, we start to get into high growth in a particular year, and then very high growth. Okay, next slide. So when we talk about our strategic priorities related to MCAS, so overall, one of our strategic priorities was to increase achievement for all students by establishing, implementing, and regularly assessing a consistent, high quality, and challenging curriculum delivered using evidence-based practices. So you've seen the result of our efforts toward this as we think about the rollout of our literacy curriculum K through 8 and thinking about future curriculum reviews as we've kind of made progress in thinking about the consistency of that across classrooms and across schools to ensure equitable instruction for our students, an opportunity. Next slide. Within our strategic plan, there are benchmarks for each year. And so thinking about the benchmark that's associated with last year's MCAS tests, we had a number of benchmarks related to that. So overall, we were looking for our students to attain proficiency on ELA and math MCAS at 73% or higher. So again, those would be students that we're considering at meets or exceeds. That would be the indicator that we're looking for, that performance level. And that at science, we were looking at 74%. And I don't know if you know, kind of thinking back in the strategic plan, these are benchmarks that kind of increased each year as you went along. So we'll talk about where we are relative to that. And then in addition to that, we were thinking, we have benchmarks related to our students who are identified as Black, African American, and Latinx, and thinking about the number of students that are meeting or exceeding expectations in ELA and math. And we're looking for an increase in that percentage overall of 3 percentage points from the previous year, and thinking where they were. And we're also looking for growth, because remember that growth percentile is really important because it tells us, you know, how our students are growing relative to students who performed similarly to them in the past, and we're looking for higher growth for our students, right? Next slide.
If it's on the slide.
Yep. This one or the one with the benchmarks?
The benchmark slide.
Okay.
Are there any implications on the benchmarks related to the removal of MCAS as a graduation requirement?
For our these came straight from our strategic
Yeah,
plan.
yeah,
So we'll talk about that
Okay.
later in terms of what that means for 10th grade, you know, like what
Or
we
more
saw.
like, and does it have any implication for student, I'm sorry, I'm so tired, so I'm having
That's okay.
trouble constructing a sentence, but would it have any impact on student participation or how many students are taking the MCAS and
That's a great question. And
Yeah.
actually, we will talk about that
Okay.
when we talk about 10th grade, because
Thank
there are we know some things about that. We saw some trends for that statewide, and certainly within our community. So next slide. So our overall, and so this is looking at all of our students, grades 3 through 8 and 10, that took the MCAS across these content areas. So all Brookline students, all subgroups, everyone. So when we look at this, this is relative to the benchmarks that we set for ourselves, thinking about, we didn't quite meet our benchmark in ELA, we're just under it, but we did meet the benchmark that we had, you know, projected for ourselves in math and science in terms of the percentage of students that are meeting and exceeding. And, you know, I think it's important to note that when we're talking about, you know, even the goal of 72% of our students meeting and exceeding 73, 75, those are really high numbers. Those are numbers to be celebrated. So that 72, we didn't meet the benchmark. We fell just shy of that. That's still a number to be celebrated for our students overall. That's tremendous performance.
Yeah, I have a question about the meaning of these student growth percentiles. So it's clear what that means for an individual student, like a 58.9. For an entire district to have that as their average student growth percentile, like where does that put us relative to other districts in the state? Like, is it realistic to expect an entire district to have, you know, an SGP in the 60s, for example?
So, you know, again, that's an average of all the out, you know, that
Yeah.
that average growth. So if you, again, it's always reported as 50% is even when we think about districts or cohorts of kids, that the average growth would be relatively, you know, 50%. And so it, you know, it is, again, our students are growing at a strong rate.
I guess I'm asking about the spread of that number across districts, right? Like
Comparatively.
the district in the state with the highest average student growth percentile, do you know how high that is?
No, I don't know what that is off the top of my head, but it's certainly information that we can find out.
Yeah.
So if you're curious, we can find out. And again, so as Andy pointed out, like our average growth is in that it's high, it's moderate, but it's high moderate. Like, so when you think about 60 as the cutoff for like high growth overall, and we're at an average of 58.5 and 58.9 for our total student population, that's strong growth by our student community, so overall.
So Actually, now I have a math question on that.
Yeah.
Because it looks like in some of these, I mean, only by very slightly, but that we went down a little bit from 24.
Yeah,
And
so
so I'm just
again,
trying to understand the
I think our number in 24 was 50, well, it was 58.8, right? Like our average student growth percentile was 58.8 in 2024.
Okay.
And we just went, that growth went down.
Yeah, no. I'm
It's
just trying to
almost- yeah.
understand this, right? Like, does it, how it skews with whether it's a particular community increase substantially, right? Like, are kids of color increase substantially or not, or anyway?
Well, and again, we'll talk about that a little bit in a moment. So, like we can kind of consider this data. This is our average district as a whole. And we'll talk about, particularly as we think about some of our subgroups and what that means for them.
But Robin, these are cohorts that you compare. It's not, it is a complicated number. Because it's saying that, since it's one number, it's confusing, and it's saying that all of our students compared to a similar group of students last year.
Yeah.
How did we improve compared to how they improved? And we actually improved a little bit better than a similar district improved.
No, it's not comparing it to a similar district. It's really kind of thinking about, it's not like we take a neighborhood district and we compare ourselves to it. It's thinking about.
It's similar to a cohort of students, right? Aren't we comparing cohorts of students to cohorts of students?
This is the average of all of our students who took the MCAS. So.
Okay.
This is our district growth percent. Like this is, for the entire district, all students who took the MCAS.
Okay.
Okay.
It's okay. We'll think about it.
Andy opened a can of worms.
Well,
It's a math problem.
That's
that I understand.
Yeah, what I'm asking is something quite different, right? Not a math problem at all, but just how to interpret a score of 58.9. Like, is that like the best of any district in the Commonwealth, or is it the good? Is it above average, but still one standard deviation? Like what is the distribution across the 300 districts of average SGPs?
And again, I don't have that information of all of the districts in Massachusetts, but we are, like, if you think of 50% as that is the average, that's how they and then it skews based on that. We are in that high moderate growth. So it's a strong growth percentile. It's a good thing, right? So as we look at it. Next slide. Now, relative to our other benchmarks that were part of our strategic plan, so thinking about students identifying as Black or African American or Latinx, we did meet what we had set for ourselves as benchmarks in ELA, in the overall percentage of students who are meeting and exceeding. The growth percentage was slightly less when you look at that cohort of, that population of students. But we did increase at the rate that we had hoped to, so it's improvement, so that's good. We did not meet our benchmark for math. We stayed the same, so we stayed flat. So 40% last year were meeting it and exceeding. It was 40% again this year. So, our goal had been to be at least at 43 or higher for students meeting or exceeding.
Sorry. I think we've seen this number historically broken out, Black, African American, Latinx separately, and then also students with disabilities. Do you have those numbers?
We will talk about high needs students, which is again.
That's two combined, right?
It's combined. So, but we're talking, this was pulled relative to the strategic plan.
With a disability. Right. Okay. Sorry, we were just discussing what high needs is sort of two of lots of things, right? It's like of color with a disability or disability and low income. Okay.
So again, we're making progress relative to our strategic plan, but it does call to attention that a disparity still exists for our students, and that's an important thing to remember and to consider as we look at all of our data. Next slide. So our district-wide ELA data specifically. So let me just catch up in my notes here. So this is for all Brookline students. And again, we are at 72% meeting and exceeding. 512 is the average scaled score. And again, that's across students, grades 3 through 8 and grade 10. We're seeing high, moderate, or typical growth in a pattern over time that is consistent with statewide data. So like our growth is, we are growing at like our overall pattern of growth is similar to the state. So like we're not increasing our growth over time, but we're staying steady, but it's still a high rate of growth overall for our students. Our students are increasingly meeting and exceeding performance expectations across grade levels and across grade spans. So if you think about, if you look at the graph on the bottom, the bar graph that's going horizontally, that's the breakdown by grade level of students that are meeting and exceeding. So starting in the 3rd grade and like looking through the 10th grade, more and more of our students are meeting and exceeding each year across those grade spans. And that's a really important thing to remember. So district-wide, 72% of our students, which is roughly 273 students who took the test last year, are meeting and exceeding. 23% of our students are partially meeting performance expectations. And remember, that means that it doesn't mean they didn't pass MCAS. It means that they have areas of strength and areas for growth relative to those, the expectations at their grade level. And about 6% were not meeting performance expectations. So it still adds up to a large number of students because partially meeting is about 776 students and not meeting expectations is 193 students. So while it seems like a small percentage, it still is a significant number of students that we need to make sure that we're using all of our other data in alignment with this and making sure that they're getting the supports that they need. Next slide.
Robin?
Yep.
Can I ask, will you talk in this presentation about what happens with a student who's not meeting expectations?
Yes, we can. So when we think about students who aren't meeting expectations, right? Like I can talk about that right now. That's, like the advice to parents if they were to receive a report that says their student isn't meeting expectations in any particular area, that they should certainly be consulting with their child's school to think about what additional supports are necessary. At a school level, when we're looking at this data and we're considering students who may not be meeting expectations or who are partially meeting expectations, we're really critically looking at that information and we're thinking about what additional supports need to be in place for them at the classroom level, whether it's interventions that are happening in that tier 2 potentially. But again, we're looking at it in conjunction with all of that other data that we have about a student. So we wouldn't just take this one snapshot of MCAS and say, oh, absolutely a student that needs support. We would look at that student. We'd also look at what's happening for them at the classroom level. What other data do we have about them? And that's really the role of our student intervention teams, why those are critically important in our schools, and that those teams have the opportunity to meet together and really consider the needs of students. And it's also why, as we build out our system of supports, our MTSS, our multi-tiered system, we're thinking about what supports can happen within the classroom when there are additional supports that need to happen outside the classroom. And those are conversations within the school and with families. Okay. Okay, so this is our data for high needs students. So this is an important grouping overall. So when we talk about high needs students, we're talking about students who are economically disadvantaged. They could be have disability status, so on IEP, students on IEPs, and they could be students that are English language learners. So there are any of those students in that group together. So, they're some of our more vulnerable students that we want to ensure that we are providing supports for. So when we look at their overall achievement as across the district, remember, we had that really high percentage of meeting and exceeding. That number drops significantly when we're talking about our students in our high needs category. So that's important to keep an eye on. The other thing that we don't see is across the grade levels. If you remember the slide previous, we saw our students from grade 3 to 10, increasingly, they were, moving toward meeting and exceeding with higher percentages. We don't see that in the same way. It's kind of fairly consistent as you look across grade levels. Their average scaled score is just below the meeting. That's average scaled score overall. And growth is only slightly lower, but so it's good, students are growing, but we're, from an individual standpoint, but we still need to make sure that we're paying attention. I think it's really important to understand that when we look across the district, and if you remember, there were 193 students who weren't meeting expectations in ELA across the district, 185 of those fall in this high needs category. So when we think about the percentage of students that are represented there in not meeting expectations, and we compare it to our total, 185 of that 193 fall into those subgroups of students with disabilities, students who are economically disadvantaged, and our EL students. Okay, so that's really important to think about. Comparatively, and this data point is not on this slide, but it's related to it. If we were to separate the performance of our non-high needs students from our high needs students, and compared to their non-high needs peers, 90% of our non-high needs students are actually meeting and exceeding expectations. 90%. So think about, so again, why it's really critically important that we're paying attention. We're not just looking at a percentage point, but we're thinking about who those students are in our classrooms at each grade level, and thinking about instructionally and systematically, what are we doing to support their growth. And to your point, Andy, that kind of thinking about the overall, this SGP, when we look at our non-high needs students, while our high needs students, their growth is 55, which is, it's better than average, but our non-high needs students are growing at a greater rate. Their average growth is 60.3% growth percentile. So they're achieving higher and they're growing at a higher rate. So that's important to consider. Okay, next slide. So much like with ELA, we see a similar trend in math overall. I think one of the things that we see when we look at math, it's just kind of interesting to look at, and I'm not sure the reason for this exactly, but we see this little bump in the 7th grade, which is great. So our 7th graders, we had more students meeting and exceeding, so that's impressive across the district. We see the same rates of growth. So again, we're seeing our average SGP is high when we look at our student population altogether. Our average scaled score is above average, and we're at 73% meeting and exceeding. Our performance is overall similar to last year. If you look at the graph on the left of your screen, it's fairly consistent from last year to this year. Okay, next slide. So again, when we look at our district-wide data for our high needs students, we do have 50% of our students in the high needs category that are meeting and exceeding. Again, we have an average scale score of just over meeting, so 502. We have our rate of growth is higher in this area than it is, or it's closer to their average peers, non-high needs peers. Again, though, when we think about overall the percentage of students meeting and exceeding, as compared to when we pull out high needs students and we only look at non-high needs students, 88% are meeting and exceeding of the non-high needs as compared to 52% of our high needs students. So again, why it's important to focus on not just the overall data, which is something to celebrate, but also thinking about making sure we continue to have an eye on our subgroup data. Bella?
I think this is the one where you picked up, this
Yeah, it should be math.
Yeah. No, this one is math, but I think it might have had an ELA title on your packet.
Printout,
Yeah, yeah, on the hard copy. The graphs are all correct. And like I said, I missed it on the title. There are a couple of that have have ELA on there that should not. Okay, next slide. This is our overall data for science, and so STE, which is science, technology, and engineering, in grades 3 through 8 and 10. And it's important to note that this is only given at the 5th grade, the 8th grade, and the 10th grade. And so this is a little bit different. We don't report growth percentile for this because they don't take it every year. So it's really hard, like they only take it in at certain points in time. The other thing that is important to note about this test overall, the 5th and the 8th compared to the 10th, is that the 5th and the 8th really comprises everything until 5th grade, right? Like all the science they've been learning across a number of grade levels kind of, culminatively is looked at in 5th grade because it should be kind of building on each other over time, but it's a broader look. And the same is true of the 8th grade, which is really kind of the culmination of their middle school experience. That 10th grade test, which is really a high school test, some students will take it in 9th and some will take it in 10th, is really course specific. So our students are either taking it in physics engineering or they're taking it in biology, right? So one or the other. And that's more students across the state take the biology test, but they have the choice of taking it within the course they're in one of those years. And again, we see about the same performance, the same average performance. We're looking at 75% meeting and exceeding, which is great data. And our average scale score is 514. On the next slide. When we look at our high needs students, again, we're seeing a similar kind of trend where the overall performance of our students who are meeting and exceeding in our high needs group is 49%. The average scaled score, though, is again, like it is in others, is at 500. But again, we want to make sure that we understand that, as was identified in both math and ELA, when we look at our students who aren't meeting expectations in particular, we're talking about 70 of the 73 students district-wide that are not meeting expectations fall within high needs classification. And the comparison between the students not in our high needs category versus our high needs category, there's a large discrepancy with 88% of students who are not identified as high needs as meeting and exceeding, and only 49% of those that are. Okay, next slide. So in this, we're looking at just grade spans. And again, you're looking at our ELA, our math, and our science next to each other. It is broken out by school. And what you tend to see, certainly there are places that one school is, their overall percentage of students are meeting and exceeding is a little higher or lower than the other. I think it's always important to remember that the size of our schools matter and that they're not equally sized. So you could be talking about, much larger cohorts of students versus much smaller cohorts of students. They're demographically, they're different. But I think what you do see across the grades 3 through 5 span, again, we're seeing, really high growth overall when we look at our students. Our average performance is high, and you're seeing fairly consistent results across the schools in ELA and math. You see more variable results across the schools in science. And this is a point to, just an important point, even though, again, scores are really good. Our average scores are 71% meeting and exceeding, with 510 being the average score overall. Again, the growth is not reported on science, but this is actually a place where, as we start to think forward in our curriculum review cycle, science is up next. We know we have variability in the experiences of science across the eight schools and across grade levels in terms of, particularly as we think about the at the elementary level where we're trying to kind of think about the totality of the day and ensuring time for math and ELA, that early literacy in mathematics. And there's different approaches to how science and social studies instruction is fitting into the course of the day or the course of a week, or, you know, like there's variability about that. So those are conversations that will come up, particularly as we start to review our science curriculum next, hopefully, which is where we've identified. Yep.
So is what we're seeing in the, what we're seeing on this slide, does that align with two things? One, the other assessments, the data that you have from our district assessments, that there's more variability in science versus math?
We have fewer common assessment across schools, and because we don't have those like benchmarking like we would in ELA and math, where we've really got that, you know, 3 times a year we're doing the, you know, we're doing our DIBELS or we're taking our STAR assessment and we're looking at that data. Science, you're really relying on whatever you're seeing in common assessments, and if we're not necessarily having exactly the same experiences or those assessments across schools, it's a little bit harder. So to know if that's aligning. So I guess the answer is it's hard to know because it's not necessarily data we collect in terms of kids' science experience at the 3 through 5 level.
And does that, the numbers that we're seeing or the variability that we're seeing in science by school, does that align with what you might know about the schedule variations from school to school?
As I'm still learning about the variation, I just think it's a point of interest, right? Like as I look at it, again, overall, our results are really good. Our kids are doing well overall in science. The variability, I don't know if it's directly tied to that variation in experience, but we do know that there's variation in experience, right? Like in resources that are being used, in units that might be being taught. They're all aligned to the standards that we, you know, that of the state, but we've been working toward more commonality in that area. And we don't have as much as we have in, say, ELA or math. Okay. Okay, next slide. When we look at the performance of our 6 through 8 students, again, we're seeing increasing numbers of meeting and exceeding in ELA and math, so that's really good overall. And again, our percentage of meeting and exceeding in science across the 6 through 8 span is overall high. But what again, what we do see is in that, you know, where there is, you know, far more consistency across our 8 schools for math and ELA performance in terms of that meeting and exceeding. We do have greater variability across the 6 through 8. And again, we know we have a variation in experiences. And as we unpack that and look at our review and think about what that means next for science instruction, we also, you know, factor into that. We know that they all come to the high school. And so with those differing experiences, and then that, you know, that impacts kind of, you know, how they're beginning their 9th grade year. So it's an important thing to talk about and consider, right? So, all right, next slide. And then this is one new test that's in the 6 through 8 span. So this is the civics performance assessment that they have, or the civics, it's 2 parts. There's a performance assessment to it, and then there's an end of course test. And they're both digital. They're all part of the same thing. This is the first year that we have operational data for it. It was in field test years prior. Our kids are doing really well overall when we think about civics performance, with 89% of them meeting and exceeding. And so when we think about what that looks like, this is aligned to the 2018 standards. We have not had a social studies MCAS other than, you know, some of my educators that were in the classroom or leading schools when MCAS first became a thing probably remember the original field test for social studies that happened a long time ago. I do. I was proctoring it. But this is one where we have had a shift in our standards in social studies. And, some of the important shifts that have happened there have really been in thinking about an increased focus on civics, developing skills for analyzing sources, so that critical analysis with a focus on using primary sources in the teaching of social studies, and also including financial and media literacy. So those are some of the shifts that happened if we think about instructionally and what that means for curriculum. We have been making some of those shifts, even though I think it's been a while since we've done a full review, but over time, since those standards have shifted, our social studies coordinators, both at the the K-8 and high school level, have been working collaboratively to make that happen over time. So that's an important thing. When we talk about the structure of this test, so what you're looking at here is really a little bit of a different test than the others, and it's really the way that science is moving in the next couple of years. So science has also been field testing. So the structure, as I said, there's a performance assessment, and that really is kind of in the terms of the civics test, it's based on a topic, one of the major topics, and it's really thinking about a problem associated with that. There is some extended response, like an open response part to it, multiple portions to that, and then there might be some multiple choice as part of that. And then there's another portion of the test which looks a little bit more traditional with a multiple choice or more standardized. And when we talk about the shifts that will be coming down the pike, or that we know that are coming down the pike in terms of MCAS testing, particularly at the 3 through 8 level, like I said, science is the other one that's been field testing. I think still some of those questions were part of the field test for all students last year, and then versus the opt-in part that happened a couple years ago, and it will come on board for all students with that new kind of format. I think in 2027 is the first time we'll see that. All right, so this is the next slide. Is our overall high school performance. And so you'll notice that the graphs look a little bit different. And I just want to talk about this because this goes to your question, I think, Donna, about the impact of it no longer being a graduation requirement on the performance of students, right? So we know that last year, as a ballot question, MCAS was removed as the measure of minimum competency for graduation. That's what it determined in addition to local graduation requirements, like how many of this type of course you have to take and that type of course. It was a consistent metric for graduation across the state as a minimum competency for all Massachusetts graduates. With the removal of that, each school district is charged with considering what is now the measure of minimum competency. So we are in the process of that. Our curriculum subcommittee will hear, and joint curriculum subcommittee and policy committees will hear the proposal for our measure of minimum competency in a couple of weeks. But what we notice here is we know statewide, the 10th grade test, the scores went down, right? Like, so you see that in that lower line graph, and they've been going down, but they certainly dipped last year, where anecdotally we saw more students that were finished really quickly, like they sat for it, they turned it in quickly. Anecdotally, we also saw, we know from DESE, we saw more students leaving open response or those longer response questions blank. They just didn't answer them. They moved on and they turned them in. We saw those are things that we know statewide. What I find interesting about our overall performance when we think that was not the case when we consider all of our students. Our performance was actually quite high with 83% of our students meeting and exceeding. So that is at pre-pandemic levels. When we think about our scores, K through 8, like 3 through 8, we're almost right there. We're super close. But our high school is at pre-pandemic performance levels with this test at 83%, 84% for math, 86% for science. You're looking at scores that are much higher, in average scores that are much higher into the meets category of meeting expectations and beginning to approach exceeding as an average score for our students. The growth is lower, but that, again, it's harder to, you're kind of compared overall. But those are incredibly impressive results. So when you think about how our students did overall at the high school level, and it's just an important thing to note. Now, whether that trend, to your point, like, well, with this, what happens with the 10th grade MCAS test and how it, like, how will students perform? How we still give it. Students still have to take it. Hopefully they will, as long as it can be used as a piece of data that we know about students. So even as we looked at this data with department leaders, so sitting with department leaders, looking at, while we have these incredibly impressive scores overall, thinking about our students who did not meet or exceed, our students who are partially meeting in these areas, or our students that did not meet expectations. There's always that question around, like, you have to give the context of the test in there, but we have to look at it in the context of who are those students, what's their overall profile as a student, as a learner. And it certainly, as we think about intervention, we're always at the high school, we're always thinking about, ensuring that all of our students are moving toward graduation and beyond. So it's like thinking about that. So how do we ensure our students we use this in combination with, again, all of that other data. We don't have things like dibbles happening at the high school level, but we have course level data, and we know if they're passing, and we know how they're doing at the quarter point. We know our information, other information that we collect about attendance, and are they attending, are they on time? All of those things become really important, particularly when we look at students who might be struggling academically.
Do you know what the number of students was at the high school who took the test? Was it,
Wondering that.
did more kids stay home, I guess, on MCAS days?
On a personal level, I can tell you.
Could have happened. I don't know, have that number in front of me, but I can find out.
Yeah.
I did pull it for some of the others. I did not pull it for this one. So
My question was going to be similar to Val's. I was curious,
How
not
many
necessarily in this data, but is that something, how will that skew the data if we're looking at attendance in 10th grade where, as a parent, you get the phone call at 7:30 that, in the evening, whether or not what classes your
how many
student
classes did
missed.
they miss that day? Yeah.
But otherwise, you don't know if your child was there or not to take the exam, and how that, I'm just wondering what impact that will have on the data.
And that's a curious question. Certainly something that we can look at further. So the last slide is really thinking about some of our overall takeaways. So, what we know about our students is they're continuing to perform overall at high levels. Achievement remains well above state averages. Our overall average student growth is above the state average, often at the high moderate level. So at that, at the higher end of what you would expect, bordering on high. We're making some progress in our areas identified by our strategic plan, but we continue to have persistent achievement gaps that we need to pay attention to. So in our strategic plan, we're, calling out our students, like to ensure that we're paying attention to the achievement of our students who are Black, African American, and Latinx. But we also continue to have persistent achievement gaps in our, as we look at our students with high needs as compared to those who are not identified with high needs. So we need to pay attention to that. Part of that means we need to continue our focus on efforts related to district-wide alignment around an identification and use of high-quality instructional materials. So that is a point of equity when we look at equity for students, is ensuring, and that's not about taking away the individualism of a teacher, because I value that greatly, but ensuring that there is some commonality in what our students are receiving, and we can say that with certainty, and that we're all working together toward that. A need for continued focus on the development of a consistent and cohesive multi-tiered system of support, pre-K through 12. So as we're thinking about the needs of our students across our entire district, not just our, certainly our youngest, we focus a lot on our youngest learners when we think about that, but really we need to think about it all the way through, and that's work we're doing this year and will continue to do. And the need for continued focus on the development, so strong Tier 1 instructional practices, So what's happening in the general ed classroom is really important, and it's really important that students aren't missing it. So that tier 1 means for everyone. Everyone is getting tier 1 instruction. And the use of research-based practices and student data to inform our instruction and our intervention. So when we're really using our data, we're building our data literacy, and we're working collaboratively to look at whole child data, as we're making those decisions. And then the other piece is the need for continued resources and time for ongoing professional learning and collaboration that supports all of our students and supports our efforts towards meeting the needs of all of our students.
Thank you. Bob? This is reminiscent of budget time.
Getting a little
when the
Thank
meetings
you.
start getting later.
So, Dr. Benoit, it's truly impressive that you've been here for a couple of months and you come here with this incredibly comprehensive report, demonstrating some real insight into the system and the issues. So I just want to appreciate that and thank you for the comprehensiveness and for your understanding of our system so quickly. It's impressive. I have one question. You disaggregated the data with high need students. What was missing is racial, Hispanic, African American, et cetera. We usually see that. And you noted in the conclusion there that there are gaps, obviously. But can we see the actual scores, the average scores of those groups?
So she had it combined, Bob, but I think you're going to pull it out, right, so that we can see
Pull it out,
Hispanic.
and that's certainly something, Suzanne, it's something that we could dive a little deeper to in curriculum subcommittee.
Because that's always a big issue.
Yeah, to be able to talk about that. What and it was a decision that I made in the presentation, knowing that was long, and just trying to think about, it is important. It is data that we look at on the school side, but trying to think about the story of our data and the overall, like the bigger picture of our, like not that it's not part of the big picture, the big picture of our data. So that was part of the decision I made in the presentation. So, but we can get that and talk about it in curriculum subcommittee.
Thanks. Jesse?
Yeah, just a technical question, maybe. First, say the math test, do the third graders see the same test as the third graders from the year before? Or does it get rewritten every year and hit the same sort of standard?
It always hits the same standards, and you might see some questions that are similar from year to year, but it's not like an exact replica.
Okay.
So when they do release questions each year, they only release some questions, so that is one of the tools that teachers have when they're reviewing data, is they can actually look at some of the questions and see, and we can get down to an item analysis for students, and we can see what some of those questions that maybe students did really well on or didn't do really well, like as a group. And so it isn't exactly the same, but it's always toward the same standards.
But the teachers don't see any of those questions before the test is given?
No, you only see, you can look for can look at old questions, and there
To
are
get a
practice,
sense, yeah.
like there are practice tests available, which I always think is a good thing for kids to see. I don't really believe in, like, personally, as an educator, lots of like, but I think they need to know the platform. They need to know, like, okay, this is going to be
Set
the
an
structure of the
expectation.
test. This is how you maneuver the platform.
Sure.
And in that regard, being able to access that digital practice test is really helpful for kids.
Thank you. Carolyn?
Thanks, and thanks, Robin. I noticed when you were going through on the science, and I don't know if it's possible with any ease to go back to that slide. And I don't remember, it was either.
Which grade, Carolyn? What grade band?
I don't remember.
Was it the overall or at a grade
Might have
band?
been the overall. Yeah.
Wait, which?
Oh.
That one? Wait.
Previous slide that you showed. No, the one that shows math, science, and.
Oh, for the grade bands, the ones with the grade bands. Keep going.
That's ELA. Yeah.
Keep going.
It was just up
Oh,
there a minute ago.
No, it's to the
Other
toward the
way.
end. Sorry, Betsy.
Other way, Betsy.
Betsy's in the difficult position to
Yeah,
having, she's got a bunch of backseat drivers right now. So.
I'm sorry, Betsy. Okay,
There you-
this one. Thank
Mhm.
you.
Yep.
So science.
Yep.
Can you repeat what you said? I thought that we have a new approach to science or science curriculum, or at least sort of methodology.
So, oh, okay, sorry. let
And
me-
I thought I heard you say that that was being piloted, but my understanding was like, that's just how math is being taught now, or maybe that was middle school. This sort of like inquire first, like students try and figure it out, and then the teacher teaches the lecture or whatever the content. I don't know what grades exactly, maybe that's only middle school. But I wonder
Well,
if you could just say a tiny bit more about
I-
whether that's being piloted or that is now our approach.
I can say, what I can say to you is that the science, technology, and engineering standards shifted in 2016.
Yeah.
And part of that was a focus on thinking about the practices of science. So that's when you're talking about that inquiry piece, that being able to
Yeah.
communicate your thinking, that being able to like think critically in science. Those are all part of that. There's a focus on that alongside the content that students are learning, and that the practices become really critically important. So they're experiencing science. They're not just like learning science facts, for instance. And what I would say is we have, in speaking with Emily Speck, our K-8 science coordinator in particular. So I think that's probably what you're referring to most is 3 through 8 and the 6 through 8 experience.
Yeah.
Work that she has been doing over the last number of years to really, we haven't had a full science review. We don't necessarily have one consistent like science curriculum that we're using, and not even necessarily that the units of study, while they may be focused on the same the same standards at each grade level, don't exactly look the same, like in all, fourth grade classrooms, let's say, or all sixth grade classrooms. There's some variability and, teacher discretion that's happened. Alongside that, there has been, this move of trying to, change our science practices to ensure that they're aligned to the state framework and the national expectation with the NGSS, what we're thinking about nationally about how science should be taught. But what I'm saying, what I think what you're referring to is our next review, if we think about our curriculum review cycle, is really thinking about science. So we want to be able to review our curriculum, not just K through 8, but also 9 through 12. And so that's work that I'm beginning with both Emily Speck and Brianna Brown to envision what that process would look like and how we might approach that in the coming year. So
And
again,
and how well aligned do you think these sort of newer practices are with the expectations in the MCAS? And I'm not suggesting like teaching to the test, although
No.
I'm curious, like how well do we like the MCAS
as a measure of that,
in
is
terms
that
of everything that you through the lens of everything you just said? I mean, I'm not asking you to say I guess I'm asking how well it might be aligned.
might be aligned. So the MCAS has shifted since those new standards came out. It did shift. It's had one shift already, and to a more aligned test. And that shift took place over time, first at the middle school level, the 5th grade and the 8th grade. I think we saw the first next gen test for high school come on board. I believe it was just 2021, maybe. I think it was right after the pandemic was when we saw the first version. That's why you don't really compare the science scores at high school to pre-pandemic necessarily, because it's not the same test. 2019 to 2021. But what I think what you also heard me say, so that high school test is kind of where it's at. now. That's had the most recent shift. And then over the last few years, the state has been piloting yet another shift in the MCAS test for grades 5 and 8. That is more aligned, that does have that piece of performance assessment, performance task associated with it, which really in a digital format is really in the form of like a simulation that students have, and with a number of questions that they have to think critically through. And so those will be embedded in a newer version of the test that will come online in 2027.
Wow. Interesting. Thank you so much, Robin.
Thank you.
Thank you for this presentation, Rob. Oh, sorry, Donna. Go ahead.
I know, Robin, it's so late and so
late.
And I know you've had a really long day. I'm wondering, and you can also say like pass, I'll come back to this, but how will, in the takeaway slide, what are you envisioning for next steps? Like, how do you translate some of those takeaways, the need for continued focus through Tier 1 instructional practices and research-based practices? Like, how do you translate that into the classroom over the next year? Can you talk, are there any specifics that you have in mind?
Yes. So there are budget implications for that. So as we think about the budget, we want to ensure that where there's a need for professional learning, whether that's the need for professional learning that comes to us or teachers go to, or that we are working, release time in collaboration, like all of those things affect when we think about collaboration, our professional learning, related to related to MTSS. So thinking about that system, whether that's how do we use data, how do we think about intervention related to the need, all of those things. And it's not that those things aren't happening, it's about having a consistent system of it and really ensuring that everybody's kind of working toward that, and that across all of our schools. So when I think about MTSS and specifically, we've been doing work over the last couple of years, and that will continue this year. We do have an MTSS team that has been kind of leading that work overall. And we have kind of some incubator spaces. It's not really a pilot, but kind of thinking about how we tune protocols and practice, and how do we schedule it, and how do we ensure we have time for educators to be together and have those really critical conversations about students. So I see that work continuing and kind of spreading and making time for that. And then I also think about, when we think about research-based practices, it's, we're in the middle of an implementation of a literacy curriculum, which is a really big deal, right? Like that's a really big deal. And again, the time that teachers need to unpack that and work together and fine-tune their practice relative to a new approach to instruction in some cases is really important. That also comes into play when I talked about that collaboration. So if you think back to the beginning of our meeting, and we talked about our professional development day and the importance of that time for K-5 educators to be able to meet in grade level spans across the 8 schools, that's really, that's precious time. And the idea that they're coming together with EL teachers and our special educators. So then we're thinking holistically, not just about what's happening for general ed teachers, but how do we all work together to support kids? Again, that's time, that's sometimes resources. And so having a plan, like a cohesive plan for how that happens. So, as we think forward for a professional learning plan or how we're kind of rolling out those things. And it's also about, returning us to a regular curriculum cycle that's predictable for teachers. That's, and for budgeting purposes and all of that, but also for engaging teachers. And we're not alone in being kind of off our curriculum review cycle. A lot of things happened to impact that. We had a pandemic that certainly impacted that for lots of people. But even when we think about the introduction of new research or new standards statewide, the timing of some of those kind of shifted. It might have been time for science to review, but literacy our focus shifted to literacy. We have new information, we really need to act on it. So those sometimes throw things off. So we're in a space where we need to start to get back to our review cycle so it becomes predictable for our educators and we can plan for that and work together on it. So those are just some of the things that are at the front of my mind. And again, having tools like Open Architect, I think we talked about that in curriculum subcommittee. Again, that's part of our budget process, but it's also a critical tool that we're beginning to use because it is a really flexible and easy way to visualize data, particularly when we're thinking about, a school leader being able to look at their school data and then, again, drill down into subgroups really easily by, and flexibly. And then also at the teacher level and those teacher team levels as they're looking at student data. So that's a critical resource. And it's a budget implication. It's part of, we have it now and we should probably consider to continue to have it. So we want to know that that's a valuable resource for our teachers as we think about student progress.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So at the suggestion of our superintendent, and if there's no objection, we're going to defer 5D to our meeting next week on the 13th. We are meeting next week on the 13th.
Great.
That works for Susan. No objection. Okay. So we are moving on to 6A, which is the FY27 budget guidelines discussion and possible vote. Is this Mariah or Susan or both?
I think it's me because this is
Okay.
our document.
Okay.
Can you pull it up, Betsy? I think it's the first tab. So while it's coming up, I'll just say that if you recall, last time we had voted, I think consensus on everything except section 6. And there was, Bella and I worked together on section 6 to streamline it some, and that is the proposed wording at this point.
That looks beautiful, Mariah.
Great. I've like reached the end of this meeting has this is much later than I thought this was
Meeting so long.
And so I think if people are on board with this wording, then we can just take a vote to a consolidated omnibus vote on the whole document.
Okay. Any
Of course, if people have questions.
Jesse has a question. Oh, you want to move it? Okay. Jesse moves it.
Okay, hold on.
We voted the rest of it last time. Not that you can't
Yeah.
change it, but just like we don't have to revisit it since we already.
Right. So Jesse's
before.
moving that we adopt number 6 as outlined in the document and on the screen. I second that.
Do we need to, can we vote to move the whole document at this point?
We
I'm
could
just
move
trying
the
to-
whole document, yes. I thought we had
Jesse,
already
would you-
adopted 1 to 5, so
We
okay, we'll
had, I'm
move the
just
whole
trying to give us a
document.
clean vote at this point that sort
Sure.
of ties it all up. Is that okay, Jesse, as a friendly amendment?
Jesse moves, I second, we're good. Mariah, how do you vote?
Yes, please.
Carolyn? We'll come back to her. Donna? Sure. Suzanne?
Yes.
Andy?
Yes.
Jesse?
Yes.
Bob?
Yes.
Carolyn? Donna? Donna votes yes, and the chair votes yes. Thank
Did
you
Carolyn vote?
for
I
all of
missed
the,
it.
Carolyn is, I don't believe is there any longer, or is not
Oh.
responding.
Okay, gotcha.
Um,
Okay, thank you so much. Thanks to the committee for all the work to get us there and
For
to
us
staff.
kick in.
Yeah.
What?
Sorry, Mariah, what did you
When
say?
does overtime pay kick in?
I just wanted to say thanks to everyone, both committee members and staff, for all the contributions.
Yes, this
to
is a lot of work. Thanks, everybody, for putting this together who worked on it. All right, so next on the agenda is my favorite item of the evening, I think. So back in July, when we hired this fabulous woman to my right, I never thought that we'd convince her to potentially stay with us for any longer than the exact 365 days that she signed up for. But it sounds like she might be willing to stick with us for a bit longer. So in all seriousness, as we face things like a potential override, some serious budget decisions, some serious operational decisions, and collective bargaining, it is my honor and my privilege to move that we, I guess I can move to authorize myself to amend the current MOA and to execute a 4-year contract with Bella Wong to be our fearless leader through that period and leading us through these very substantial times for the students of Brookline and the community. Bob seconds. Is there commentary? I know Bob wants to sing something or another.
Bob, you guys want to sing?
No, we don't.
Wait, raise your hand if you want to sing a little song.
I don't want to sing, but my hand is up.
Oh, Mariah.
I just wanted to say how appreciative I am. I know that the district benefits from the stability that you'll be able to offer us, and I'm really excited to be able to continue to work with you, Superintendent Wong. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariah. Oh, we're going to pass the mic, and I think somebody's going to sing. I'm not quite sure.
I was going to lead us in Come Bella Questo Giorno. How beautiful this day is. But no, we won't do that. Okay. So I just want to take a quotation from the pizza box at Pino's Pizza. And what it says on the Pino's Pizza takeout pizza box is, end the quest when you've found the best. And I think that applies to Bella Wong.
Any other comments before we vote? Suzanne, sorry, I didn't see you.
Yeah, I just want to say that, I'm thrilled, Bella, that we were able to come to this, but that we did do a thorough search, that Bob, in fact, led that search. There are 22 members on the search. We were looking at interim because Bella was retired at some point, and so there were some things we had to work through, and we've been able to do that with this extension and this MOA. So I am thrilled that we've been able to do that, and I'm certainly going to vote yes on this. Thank you.
Oh, Bob would like a second bite of the apple.
I just want to build on what Suzanne says, and Val and I were leading the search for the interim superintendent. People were skeptical about how many candidates we would have. We attracted 20-something candidates, very strong candidates. We had 22 members of our community serving on the search team. And ultimately, the school committee voted 9-0 to hire Bella Wong as the interim superintendent. So, if there are questions about, why don't you do another search? I think all of us can agree, that we did a pretty comprehensive search, had strong candidates. Bella was obviously the best candidate, and she's proven to us that she was the right choice. So as you probably know, I'm incredibly excited that Bella Wong is going to be here. She's an intellectually powerful human, and I have to give credit to Brookline High School for much of that intellectual power, among her other educational experiences. So I'm excited, and I think this is amazing time for the Brookline Public Schools. So let's go.
Okay, before we vote, Superintendent Wong, do you want to say anything? To your fans at home?
I extend my appreciation to the school committee and this community for the support in extending my tenure. I am truly humbled and honored to be chosen to lead in this more permanent capacity. Your decision makes me very happy, and I am looking forward to working with all of you, the schools, our families, members of the community, and my colleagues in the town as we look to the future. Thank you.
So this is your last shot to run out of the room before we vote.
Don't remind her.
Okay, Bob, how do you vote? It's late, Bob.
I'm gonna pass for a moment.
Seriously? Just do it.
No, not seriously. Enthusiastic, yes.
Okay. There we go. Jesse?
Yes, welcome to PSB more permanently.
Andy?
Yes.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Donna?
I'm going to say yes and thank you, Bella.
Mariah?
Sorry, yes, yes, yes.
Is Carolyn there? Or is Carolyn? Okay. I vote the most enthusiastic yes. I am so thrilled to continue my time with you. Thank you, Superintendent Wong. Are there any burning liaison reports before we adjourn? None.
Well, can I do a really quick one on negotiations?
Sure.
So as all of you know, right, all of our CBAs with the BEU bargaining units are up for renegotiation. So we have scheduled now our first two meetings with the BEU for December 3rd and December 16th. Bargaining team for the school committee is Suzanne and me, and these will actually be the first in-person negotiations since before the pandemic. So December 3rd and December 16th.
You can only go if you're on negotiations.
So that's it.
Okay, any other liaison reports? Any new business? Donna?
I don't know if I do new business. I was wondering if policy might consider an AI, thinking about an AI policy.
I would
But I don't know if that goes in this new business.
Well, I also think that it might be something for the superintendent perhaps to look at with this, with high school. I mean, I don't, when we heard something, but I'm not sure that we know what's actually happening. Like, there might be one at the high school, right? I don't know.
I think.
But we can put it on the radar to get more information on. Does that make sense? Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. That we can do and see where we are.
I move to adjourn.
Suzanne moves to adjourn, and I think everybody enthusiastically, not quite as enthusiastically as for Bella, but okay. Yes, okay. Have a good night, everybody. We're a little punchy.